I'm bad at time zones. It's not... No, it's been like 18 hours since... There's nowhere in the world that it's still Christmas. Hello. Welcome to Wildfolk.
It's the 27th.
Well, for you...
How is it?
For you, it's the 27th. For me, it's the 26th. And for all the people that are watching at home on their time machine, set just 24 hours in advance for some reason, instead of using it for some more important purpose, Merry Christmas.
Or, maybe they're watching this 364 days from now.
Oh, they're watching it.
Yeah, they're watching the VOD. They're catching up. What?
That makes way more sense. I was thinking they were in the future, using their time machine, which of course they still have, to watch something from 364 days in the past, instead of just being on a normal computer.
They came back in time so they could catch it live.
Yeah. It's really different watching a live recording instead of a past recording of a live recording. If by some random chance you're watching these replays and today is Christmas, Merry Christmas. But if you're off by even one day, go fuck yourself. It's not Christmas anymore.
And if by some chance you are from the future and you did travel back in time to watch this live and you're in the chat right now and you choose not to warn us about like a 9/11 electric boogaloo or something like that, you're a bad person.
But what if the consequences of that would be worse? What if they're afraid of the butterfly effect?
I mean, could airports get any worse?
True. No, they sure couldn't.
And as always, belated Happy Hanukkah.
True, and Kwanzaa, and all the others too.
And happy almost New Year's Eve.
This was a comment made by somebody who has flown exactly once.
I've flown twice, thank you.
Well, there and back, yeah.
Wait,
I'm so proud of you, Philo.
Wait, really? That was your only time flying?
I mentioned that several times during that trip. Yeah, I was like, this is the only time I've been on an airplane.
Holy shit, okay, first of all, that's a wild first trip to have never been on an airplane before.
What, Ireland?
Yeah, that was like 12 hours on a plane.
I think it was like 8-ish, maybe. I don't
Still,
know.
It felt like 12.
Like,
We were asleep most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very fitful sleep.
Boy. Honestly, though, not bad. It was pretty cozy. It was a pretty cozy airplane.
I mean, the return flight sucked because I was very sad.
Well, yeah. Yeah, understandable.
I wanted to get on that plane.
We should have smuggled you aboard. Should have done it. Anyway, we're playing Wildfolk. We're back.
We're doing it.
This group hasn't played in like a month almost, so let's get into it. You'll be joining shortly. He's almost home. When we left off, you guys had just kind of finished your first series of little missions for an old guild that apparently is trying to recover some assets that were abandoned on the coast of Eden, a little bit southwest of Famador. There are a number of facilities there that are of potential use to many of you. Some things that can be used for divination, for long-range communication, for research, for training, for security. And several people are interested in getting those facilities back online. And the old guild masters, Darbin and Finn Tempo, are willing to pay people for help. The first jobs went pretty smoothly. In fact, they were, frankly, pretty easy. And as a result, they have put up some more jobs. The people that were there have kind of broken up into groups. Some of them are venturing a long way away to do jobs all throughout the Wildlands, but you guys have signed up for a much closer job to continue exploring the promontory, specifically checking out the Academy and the Sanctuary to try to get the research tools back online and the basically rest and healing resources back online at the Sanctuary. But before we jump straight into that, we do have a little bit of business to deal with on the current day. Let me pull this over there. Oh, I think I'm back. My internet's still doing that weird disconnect thing. Did I miss anything cool?
No.
That's fine.
Literally
dead silence.
Awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad.
I was
I thought
distracted.
it was someone else who disappeared, honestly.
Hello.
I was distracted by the fact that you apparently added Nightbot to our chat.
Yeah, we set up some moderation tools and automatic reminders of where our cool Discord is and stuff like that.
Do I sound crispy?
Yeah, you're good. You sound great, actually.
Like crunchy?
Not
Okay.
crunchy, no.
Okay, thank God.
Not yet.
Thank God.
Big shout out to Sochi for helping set up the Nightbot stuff.
Okay.
We're still working on it.
That what?
The Twitch chat integration stuff.
Oh, we have bots in Twitch?
We do. It tells people where the Discord is and the YouTube when they ask.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
And who plays who and stuff like that. Alright, let's get going. Kaz, you have heard a buzz this morning. This is the morning after you completed the mission. Everybody's kind of just taking the day off to celebrate, to rest, to relax before we go out and begin our next round of missions. There's kind of a buzz going around chat because there's a big plume of smoke that is pouring up from the center of Famador. The news has eventually circulated back that apparently the temple to Aeva was set ablaze. There was like an actual full-on bombing. The temple to Aeva is essentially where all of the Cyrillian elves worship, the current occupants of the city. And they're pissed. They're super upset about that. They're essentially going into a near martial lockdown. People are combing through the city trying to find out who's responsible. And you've noticed that most of the ships of the harbor have been put out to sea, including yours. And you can see off in the distance that they are waiting. They're kind of just, they've dropped anchor and are kind of waiting a safe distance away from the city. It's not like they're sailing off into the sunset without you. But you can see that they have apparently left the city for one reason or another. You're welcome to infer what you like about that scenario. Do you do anything? Is there anything that you can do in this scenario? What do you do?
So just to kind of confirm for myself, they were docked at Famador?
I believe, yeah, they were docked at Famador. You guys had taken shore. They were on shore leave. They were planning on staying there until you came back at some point. But the docks are now completely empty, and your ship, too, is now kind of anchored a safe distance away from the city.
Okay, that seems wise. They probably are just trying to keep themselves and the ship safe if they suspect there's going to be, like, more bombings in the city. Guess I don't really have any way I can really, like, contact them at the moment, probably?
Because I don't know if you have any tools for this yet or anything like that, but I figured I'd run it by you just so that you know what's going on. Let's see, what else? There were some other things to resolve. Right. About 10 or 11, a little bit before lunch, word goes around that with the city on lockdown, a lot of the people that were planning to go in and buy things are not able to do so. But they are sending a small group of people, the sneaky kind, to go in and try to buy some things that are urgent. Do any of you have any like urgent needs within the city that they can essentially go do errands for you?
I already had my shopping taken care of by...
Yours is good, and I know you also spent a lot of time with Bill Grimm. And he's not here currently, but Jane was in there for a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
Copying spells out of Bill's scroll book, or other way around.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think is I had the Rift Lens turned into a bag of holding.
Yes, and they were able to do that for you. They essentially just traded it for one that was already made with a very small
I paid
markup,
extra.
and you paid a little extra for it. That is good to go. All right, double checking, see if there's anything.
Should I just delete the Rift Lens then?
Yeah, feel free to just toss that, give yourself a little bag of holding, take off the mark, or mark off the gold as appropriate, and you should be good to go. Other notes. This one is more of a meta thing. While Jane was in there, it became... give me a perception check. Give me an insight check, Narafi. It's pretty easy.
I cast Detect Robot.
Just on a whim?
Yeah,
just part of, your normal daily routine, cast Detect Robot?
Yeah, just a spell I have.
You can definitely get the vibe that as you guys are working with Bill to copy down all of these scrolls, Jane is very quiet, Jane is very reserved, but you notice that at several points she does kind of like look over at what you're doing, what you're copying down. She seems interested in you, and it seems to be more from like an academic and specifically an arcane standpoint. She's curious what kind of magic you get up to. And out of character, if you want to reveal anything or even have a conversation with Jane between sessions, let me know. I can either be there for that or you guys can roleplay it out. It's totally fine. But just so that you know, out of character, I have kind of hinted to him that you are not truly copying spells into a spell book, but you're having scrolls made. And that
I'm commissioning.
Exactly. And the impression that Jane kind of got was you're not so much a spellcaster yourself as somebody who collects and uses magic items. And if that's not correct, let me know so I can go correct what I told Jane. But that's my current understanding of how thaumaturge works. I'm still kind of learning all these classes.
Yeah. Narafi himself would have explained that he's not a spellcaster, but he's learned in magic.
That makes a lot of sense. Perfect. Cool. It sounds like it was pretty spot on. We'll probably hammer all that out in more detail the next time we get the two of you together.
We can chat it up.
For now,
I can explain what I do.
Yeah, exactly. We realized, and this is just kind of a side effect of having such a large group and doing it kind of West Marchy like this, the two of you have still not really interacted at all yet. It's wild. It's wild mixing things up like this.
I mean, we had a whole session together. It's just I didn't see the reason. The thing about Narafi is he doesn't look for information that doesn't help him.
Yeah. He's not like a nosy type. Or rather, he has specific goals.
Yeah.
Speaking of specific goals, you guys are planning to set out in the morning is the sound of it. As a recap, it is going to be you guys, Finn, Darbin, and Bill, and a large group of other adventurers. The plan is you're all going to head out kind of down to in between the academy and the sanctuary, set up another smaller camp that is closer to both of those sites, and then every morning you'll break up into little groups. Your group will be entirely on your own. You will be unaccompanied for all of this. You'll go on your little missions to all these places, and then regroup at night to discuss your findings, make sure everybody is safe, plan rescue missions if necessary, and report your findings. That all starts in the morning, so you guys essentially have a day to rest and relax here in camp if there's anything that you would like to do before then. Otherwise, we'll just kind of fast forward to nighttime.
I want to craft stuff.
Hell yeah, what you crafting?
I want to craft some cantrip decks.
Sick. You have... Oh wait, you don't need magical crafting for this. Wait, you do need magical crafting, you just don't have to be a spellcaster.
I have magical crafting.
Wild. A lot of you probably see for the first time then, Kaz, who has demonstrated that he's a skilled combatant and a skilled sailor, also seems to be pretty good at... Well, give me a roll, let's see how it goes. You're pretty good at it, but let's see how good at it you are. Unless you already did these rolls, I forget. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, Kaz spends most of that first day putting together this little deck of magical cards. Until by the end of it, you've essentially got... How many is it total? It's like 10? 5? 5 pack.
Yeah, it's four or 5 packs. So
20 total. Nice. 20
so this is a little uncharacteristic of what Kaz is usually crafting, but he probably pulls out the same sort of equipment. He puts on like a little eyepiece, like a little magnifying eyepiece, and gets out like a little bag of tools. And there's a lot of metalworking tools in there, but he kind of skims past all those and just gets out like some really fine little brushes and pens, and just spends the afternoon like painting some little cards. And at the end of it, he looks like he's got they look like little booster packs of like tarot cards almost.
One thing that is very new to Kaz, and it sounds like it's my understanding that Kaz doesn't really, or hadn't until now, done a lot of magical crafting to begin with, although he's certainly studied it. In the times that you studied it back home before coming to the mainland, it was hard as fuck. It's not easy to craft magical items for anyone, and especially not in your homeland. When you sit down over here, and for the first time in a long time probably, take another crack at this thing that you studied years ago, you find that it's like riding a bicycle, and even easier. It comes to you so much easier than it did back home. It's kind of like the feeling of going from high school into college and realizing that high school is way harder than college, and having this experience...
What are you... Sorry.
Was that not everyone else's experience?
No.
Oh, wow.
That's an incorrect opinion.
That's crazy.
Depending on your major.
Oh, that might be true. That might be a big part of it, too, actually. I did not have, like, a super grueling major. Anyway, the point is that all these things that you studied for years and years and years are useful, but it feels like you're over-prepared almost. You're able to crank out this cantrip deck in an afternoon with basically no trouble.
Awesome.
It's like Rock Lee removing the weights.
Kind of, yeah. A little bit.
And I'm still not entirely sure about how these work. I know each pack contains 5 cards that are a single cantrip. But, do I need to know those cantrips?
No.
Or, how does that work?
So that was one of the things that we had to clarify for this. Most things, you have to know the spell to put into it. Cantrip decks, for reasons that I'm still learning, are exempt from that. I think it is because they're cantrips specifically.
Yeah.
And I know I did all the research like a week and a half ago when the question first came up, and I have now forgotten the reasoning, but I do know the answer is that you don't need to know these cantrips. So you can just pick any five or any cantrips that you want to put in there.
Yeah, cool. I've got four cantrips, and I've got 5 casts of each one. That's awesome.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sick. Anyone else have any other business they're doing on this rest day?
I'm checking up on the people who came back from the gate, and I'm counting the losses.
That's right. I forgot. You would know that there was one straight up mortality. And to be clear, there's not a body left to even bury. The tale that you quickly find out is that he was swallowed alive and eaten. There's also somebody who lost most of their leg. They're working on mending it. They're already making some plans to go get kind of a peg leg for now, and then eventually something more articulate. He was from the same group of adventurers. It was this little group of 4, this party of 4, that suffered one casualty and one pretty serious injury. Everybody else made it back with cuts and scrapes and bruises, but their group seems real torn up about it. It is essentially kind of just a group of like late teens, early 20s people that were down on their luck. They needed the money real bad. They had saved up to buy a couple of weapons, and they knew what they were signing up for, but maybe were not quite ready for it.
Yeah, take a note. I don't go over them to start berating them immediately because they are very young, and they did just suffer through losses, so I let them mourn. But I do take a note that this group needs some training, specifically in teamwork.
Absolutely. And as you kind of speak with Gigi and get a better picture of what exactly happened, the long and the short of it is simply that they didn't call for help when they should have. They were a little overconfident. They had just defeated a couple of smaller things that strayed out from the jungle, and I think that they were getting a little full of themselves, and they quickly learned what happens after pride.
Everyone's first wake-up call, huh?
I was really hoping not to deal with any of them. Not for, the struggle it causes me. It's just... And he looks over to the group of them, and they're at the point now where their faces are red, but they have nothing left to cry. And it says, it's never fun to deal with. The hassle to me is not as hard as knowing that they will live with this for the rest of their lives. They get, maybe a year's salary, another year down in the slums of Famador? If there's even a Famador to go back to, and he looks over his shoulder. I wish it didn't come to this. I wish that the people who came were here because they wanted to be, and not because they needed to be.
It looks like this guild is more than just the last what's the word I'm looking for here? The last choice.
For many of them, it's the only choice. It's that or starvation.
He kind of just looks over the horizon and says, we need to get that barrier going.
Yeah, I think you're right. And he takes a moment and kind of looks down at you. Your mask, frankly all of your armor, but particularly your mask, it's well made. You don't need this money. What are you doing here? What brought you here?
I'm on a mission.
He kind of raises an eye and looks.
Originally, I was here bringing young Master Hopper.
The bookworm.
Yes, his uses.
He pays well.
In coin and in information.
I see. Well, we'll do our best to keep him safe. Will he be joining you? You're headed back out to the academy, right?
Right. You do not condone an attack on another guild, yeah?
Not without some sort of provocation. No, of course not. I mean, if they're... There's probably a reasonable excuse for anything, but I assume that you're referring to... Darwin was telling me they graffitied and vandalized. No, the punishment for that is not death.
No, nothing like that. The return of a stolen object.
Ah, well, that one is tricky. I would like to have it back. It was the heart, the core of this place at one time. I do think maybe we have more important things on our hands at the moment. The wall, I think you're right, is our most pressing need. But
One of the things they stole is required to fortify the wall, if I recall.
the keystone, it will be hard to make another. In truth, and I know that this is a tricky thing, and he kind of glances towards Darwin, and give me a perception check.
Perception check on another guy with a mask.
Yeah, a little hard.
Difficult.
A little difficult.
Imagine there's a circumstance. Here you go.
Yeah, you see that he kind of tilts his head back over to camp, then he looks back to you. In truth, what they did was probably at least a little wrong, I understand, but this place was abandoned to the wild. We gave up on it. Nobody owned anything that was here. I don't think that they're necessarily wrong in believing that it was theirs for the taking, and that it shouldn't go to waste rotting here. I would like it back, but I don't know if I would want to take it from them.
Even if it means saving some kids.
He takes a long time to kind of muster an answer to that. He bobs his head to side and says, well, I can do what I can with what I have. And he kind of pats his big club down on the ground a couple times. I am not quite as wide as the Alcazar's wall, but I am pretty wide.
There's a small chuckle from behind this mask. I will talk to the kids tomorrow morning.
That's probably good. I know that.
See if we can get them with something ranged. A gun or something. Are there guns in this region?
Absolutely. You would know that most of them are imported from Wexisas, but yeah, they absolutely have firearms here. Since in the 40 years that have passed since the Emmerich War, they've propagated basically all over the wildlands, and they're still unpopular in some places. But anywhere that has a significant military presence, which includes Eden, which was fighting monsters for 30 years, has learned, like, oh shit, these things are super useful, we should be giving them to people.
Right. The rifle has made fighting things much easier.
For the untrained, certainly. Like them, it's an ideal weapon for people who don't know what they're doing.
Rude.
Little bit.
Even deadlier in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing.
True. I admit I am kind of curious to know what it would be like should someone make one that was the right size for these hands. But until then, I'll swing as much weight as I can get into my two hands at one time.
I would love to see a cannon fired from the hand.
I've fired a cannon from the hand. I need something bigger.
Scratches his chin. We'll make a note of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just goes along the rest of the day, just taking note of what they've lost and what needs to be done.
Perfect. Night begins to fall. The sun is starting to set. People are starting to wind in. Several of them are still drinking and kind of reveling a little bit, but you do see that a lot of them are starting to taper off and hydrate and start eating a proper meal, knowing that they do have to get up kind of early in the morning. Eventually, they start to trickle off to their tents. Dinner comes and goes, and things start to get a little bit quiet. If anybody has any last-minute prep before the night, let me know.
I do.
Ooh, what you got?
I go and I find Kaz to talk to them.
Easy enough, you probably catch him right at the tail end of all that crafting.
Cool. I'll hop up onto his shoulder. Boy, smuggler.
Whose cat is this?
I'm my own cat.
Oh, I'm very proud of you. How did you know I was a smuggler? Is it that obvious?
You were talking about it quite loudly.
Oh,
I believe male person may be more appropriate. Delivery boy, errand boy, whatever.
I don't like either of these titles very much.
You've been around, is the point.
Yeah.
Has any of this come across your plate? lately, and I'll pull out what is probably a fairly important document that I have flipped over and drawn on the back of, and I'll show him my very crude drawings of the totems.
Okay, let's see. Boy, oh boy. Kaz, give me a D100. And Tex, give me... How does Tex drop? Oh, he's got a hand, right? He's got a hand now.
Does
I have
he
the-
hold that in his mouth?
I have Connor's hand, but he's probably got to, puts the paper down and he puts both of his front paws to hold it in place.
Right.
And then the mage hand kind of crudely scribbles.
Excellent. Love it.
He's definitely not a particularly proficient artist. He hasn't drawn before.
I was going to say, I was curious if Tex was secretly the artsy type or not.
Oh, no, definitely not.
All right.
This is a shot in the dark. But
Kaz, you're able to recognize what these shapes are supposed to be, at least. It looks like they are either game pieces or totems or stuffed animals or something like that. They're very kind of cartoony and squash proportion caricatures of three animals. There's a tiger, tiger, panda, elephant. Is that right? I believe it's tiger, panda, elephant. Let me go double check that.
I don't know. All the animals you chose seemed random as hell to me, so I couldn't remember.
If only you knew. But also, if only I knew. I was right. It was one elephant, one tiger, and one panda. You have probably seen... Oh my god, you might not have actually even seen any of these animals before in your life. You recognize them from stories, at least. With that said, you haven't, in your time smuggling, seen anything that looks like these items.
I'm sorry. It does not look familiar. Not to say it's your drawing, but no, not seen it.
Do you have connections?
Of course.
Could you find somebody that would be able to find these?
Maybe. I don't normally deal in whatever this is.
Just a few pieces of wood?
Right. I can try to keep an eye out.
How much?
Oh, Kaz just kind of looks at Tex, sticking to himself like, how much money does a cat have? For the favor of just asking my associates of also keeping an eye out. 3. I can't imagine it's... I don't know what we might hope to find, but... if we do, I'll let you know.
He'll snatch
hold
the
on.
paper.
Oh.
You're a terrible businessman, but I appreciate your assistance.
I never dealt with the numbers side of it much before now.
Good to know.
All right. Any other business tonight?
How public, I guess, is Kaz's crafting?
That's up to guess.
He's not like hiding it, but he's also like not doing it in the middle of camp. He's probably just like off to the side or whatever.
A little stall?
Yeah.
Or is there like a workshop place here where he does it?
There is inside of the mission tent, where there are actually some very primitive crafting resources along the back wall that Bill seems to be using mostly. And you would know that in order to craft, you do need to have access to some of those resources. You have your own, and as long as you can find a quiet, flat surface to work on, you can do it anywhere you want. But it is set up in here if you would like to join them at the table and do it.
Sure, I'll kind of join him at the table. Set up my own little. I've got alchemist tools, and I also bought myself an alchemist lab too. So I've got. I probably don't need to set out the lab, but I set the toolkit out and I start kind of working away, and I see what they're working on too.
Yeah, you would see that Bill is in here with Narafi and Jane, essentially just copying spell scrolls. Very basic stuff.
Oh, mind if I take a peek? And, they can probably, especially since they're copying spell scrolls, they can see that the runes and stuff that Kaz is writing are very similar. Like they're cantrip level, but there's definitely like magical writing going on there.
I don't believe we've been introduced formally.
Probably not. I'm meeting all sorts of new. Kind of cocks his head and looks at your mask for a second. Faces. I don't think I've seen yours though.
You've seen one, Medjay, you've seen them all. My name is Narafi.
Kaz will hold out his left hand. He's like, I'm not sure if I've seen one of those. My name is Kaz.
You're not from Famador, are you?
Fuck, where's Kaz from?
You most recently came
It's
from...
not Famador.
No, it's certainly not.
Yeah.
You most
No,
recently came from Gorchika, but your home back home is... oh my god,
I can never remember the name of it.
Oh, this is going to kill... I think
Sorry.
It's,
I
Fulma.
know. Yeah, Fulma is like the continent name, but he's from
Spain.
Balmora. Yeah, Spain.
Yeah, basically Spain. Yeah, the
No,
accent is similar to Branches.
Not from around here, no.
This is a Fullman accent. Magic is scarce there.
Very.
You work with it very well. He just looks over at your stuff.
Oh, thank you. It's more of a hobby to me, but I must admit it's going better than I expected it to.
You do happen to notice, as you're having this conversation, that Bill keeps looking down at the little inking quill that is specially designed to ink and scribe magical items, and looking back to his own, which you can tell is a little older and a little cheaper, and back and forth, and he kind of turns a bit so it's not as prominently visible as he continues writing.
So, wait, did you say your name?
No, I'm from Fulma.
He did introduce himself as Kaz, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaz.
Yes. And what brought you here?
I'm trying to find somebody. Or find my way back to somebody. It's a lot to explain, I'm sorry.
Was that before or after the curse?
Oh, before. But now that has complicated things.
You'll be looking for a curse breaker.
A curse breaker, or maybe just a faster route back where I was going anyway. Not sure yet. I also can't. I've forgotten how to do Kaz's accent. It's been a month.
It's okay. I never remember how to do anyone's accents.
I feel like
say
I'm
a line from say a line from Puss in Boots and it'll be fine.
True.
No, because it's not just Puss in Boots. There's a lot of Inigo Montoya in there too. It's
Right.
Yeah.
Very important.
You need to do the "You killed my father" line.
no, because I don't. The important thing about Kaz is it's not just the "You killed my father" line. It's all the chiller delivery. I have to watch the duel scene with Wesley again.
Oh,
We'll
yeah,
have to
yeah.
Oh, you seem a nice man. I hate to kill you.
There it is. We got that.
Yeah.
Latte Latte is just what if Kitty or Top Paws was a heavy smoker.
I'd hate to die.
What a good movie.
What a good movie. I take note of him just making these magical cards.
Perfect. If there is no
Add
other...
him to my list of people I go to if I need something made.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how these work. I can make a 5-pack of cards. Can I give them out to people so they just have a cast, or do I have to keep them all together until I use them myself?
That's fine. No, I think you can share them. Let me take a look.
I think you can give them away. That was the whole point of them.
I think if you draw them, you use them.
Yeah, it's not there's no weird attunement or any clause that says only you can use them. Oh, in fact, the whole point of apparently canonically why they made these in the the vanilla lore is that the worshippers of Nethys, the god of magic, I think I've gleaned that that is the god of magic in Pathfinder setting.
That's correct.
Sick. Is to basically proselytize. That's how they get people to do more magic, is they hand out these cantrip decks.
I mean, fair. What do you choose for your cantrips?
I don't know. That's what I'm deciding. I'm looking through this cantrip list, and all the first ones I picked out were focus spells. But then I read it again. It's like, oh, they have to be common cantrips, so none of those work.
Yeah. Anything that doesn't say uncommon and rare.
Astral Rain would be a very cool and fitting cantrip for this, though. Just throw a card up in the air and a bunch of them rain down.
That is pretty cool. It's cool as fuck, actually.
Can I take that one? It's not like a... It's uncommon, but it's not like...
Yeah, I'll take a look. If it's just uncommon, that's almost certainly fine.
Yeah. Are we going anywhere near water?
Bill kind of chimes in. The camp that they want... Oh my god, what was Bill's voice? Speaking of Bill's. The camp that they want to set up is near a pond. I don't believe there's a major river or anything nearby. There are a couple of wells spread throughout the academy, as well as the sanctuary. But it's not like we'll be near the ocean or anything like that.
Yeah. Deep breath cantrip won't be needed.
Oh, I should certainly hope not. If it is, we've done something terribly wrong. Yeah, you can take Astral Rain.
Sick.
Those are cool as fuck, actually. What a cool cantrip.
I think it's probably just uncommon because it's like... Well, it's a focus spell, so I think all those are.
Oh, wait. Is it a focus spell?
Yeah.
It doesn't say it is.
Is it?
Oh, it totally is. It's a psychic camp spell. Oh, you definitely cannot have this. No. Good on you for telling me. Why didn't it show this anywhere on Aeon PRD? It normally shows a tag for that. Yeah. Nope. Hate to do that to you. Definitely have to not set a precedent.
No, that's fair.
Spells.
I'll link you the list that I'm using.
Gotcha.
So I'm guessing probably just anything from spells on that bottom tab, huh?
Yes. And actually, yeah, that'll work. Cool.
Shield's a good one.
Always a good one. All right.
Stabilize, just to keep people from dying.
Yeah. While you are...
The plan with this was definitely like pick up a bunch of neat utility cantrips, like Warp Step and some stuff to use out of combat to make...
Absolutely.
Yeah. Chicken. Okay.
Chingin.
I'm almost done with my sandwich. If there's no other business, you guys settle in for the night. And I need a will save from Tex.
Sure do.
Oh my god. I forgot this part about
Will
you.
he save? He's dead.
That's good, I will say.
That's pretty good. Tex, if you would, what does a good dream look like for Tex?
I don't know if he really has good dreams.
Understood.
I think it's just kind of like a quiet night that he doesn't remember. When he wakes up, he doesn't have recollections of what happened.
Right. He actually closes his eyes, falls asleep, wakes up, and it's the morning.
Yeah, it's just calm.
What a wild concept that I only learned myself about a year ago.
Yeah, he just curls up on Uruko's chest as normal and
Wow.
passes out.
Yeah, Ruko probably, because of that, has one of the most restful nights that he's had in a long time, too.
Incredible. Yeah.
You kind of pass out, Ruko, and when you open your eyes in the morning, you see that Tex is exactly where you left him for the first time in a very long time.
Oh.
I check his pulse.
Cat. You know how sometimes you find a cat that is so deep in sleep that their head is just rolled to one side, their tongue is stuck out. It's a little bit of that with Tex. It's a little strange almost. But he is still breathing. His pulse is still going. He's having a good ass sleep.
Oh, okay. Then my own pulse settles.
You see that there is a little
He's
bit of morning light peeking in through the tent, and people are starting to get going about their day. A bit of a commotion. You can actually hear that Darwin's voice kind of carries louder than he cannot speak quietly. The man does not know how to speak quietly. And he's saying, we'll start poking our heads into tents soon if people aren't up, but surely everyone is almost ready to go.
I've already woken everyone up.
Fair. That makes a lot of sense that Rafi would already be doing that. Everybody does their kind of last-minute preparations for the day. If you want, you can re-prepare spells. Actually, nobody here prepares spells. And
I collect my scrolls.
Collect your scroll. Gather up with the parties that are headed down towards the sanctuary and begin to walk. The whole place is still within the promontory, which means it's not terribly dangerous or anything like that. But it is a bit of a hike. It's a much longer hike than most of you had to do the jobs yesterday.
Do we have a rough timeline of how long we have to go?
It's going to be about 8 hours to get down to the camp. And then you're going to spend most of the rest of the evening just kind of setting camp up. They're doing some semi-permanent tents down there so they don't have to set up and break down every night. They're going to be clearing it to make sure there is no, immediate monster presence, basically doing a spiral around the camp to clear the maybe mile or so around it. Setting up some torches, and that'll probably take most of the rest of the evening.
Every 40 minutes that we're walking, I will walk for 40 minutes, and then I hop up onto Ruko's shoulder and I nap for 10 minutes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And then I'll walk for 50 minutes and then nap for 10 minutes, and so on.
Excellent.
That tracks.
I'm mechanically obligated to do this.
Oh, yeah, of course. True, you do have to do it.
When Narafi comes into Kaz's tent in the morning, he finds Kaz sleeping very ungracefully, probably on his back, sprawled out. But there's a teeny tiny little hyena curled up in the bed next to him too.
When did that happen? I tried to recall a hyena sneaking into
Yeah,
camp.
you've been watching people. That's what you've been doing this whole time. And also, you were on guard most of the night last night. Give me, I guess, a retroactive perception check while you were on guard last night.
When did this animal sneak into camp? Retroactive perception check?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
No idea. You haven't seen this thing before.
I pause, and I'm like, is this a wild animal that's about to attack my sleeping friend? Or, Kaz, look up, Kaz.
Huh.
There's a wild animal next to your bed, Kaz.
Who? Where?
A hyena.
Oh no, that is my friend.
Your friend.
Yeah.
When did your friend come in?
I found him in a bush.
I just look at the hyena. Does it seem hostile?
It seems to be just kind of a young hyena that correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was just curled up sleeping next to you.
Yeah. Cackles. The little hyena kind of sits up, scratches behind his ear, then looks at Narafi and goes, "What the fuck are you?"
I take it you gave him the one to talk today.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Narafi does a long, slow blink. Those things that cats do.
It's barely visible behind his mask.
Yeah, barely visible. See just the green just go away and it's completely dark for a while. And they open again and it's like, breakfast is ready. And then he leaves the tent.
Oh, breakfast! Breakfast! I want eggs! Give me eggs! You better make some eggs, motherfucker! The little hyena starts dancing around in a circle.
Incredible. I love him tremendously. I also did not know what voice you were going to use for him, and I'm so glad.
It's just like...
It's like a
pint-sized Vasu.
It's a little Vasu.
It's a baby Vasu.
It's a pint-sized Vasu.
Incredible. The group sets out, techs alternating between walking diligently and napping across Ruko's shoulders.
And Kaz is just carrying Cackles under one arm the whole time.
Carrie.
Amazing, perfect. He
Hold him like hamburger.
Yes.
does not shut up the whole time. He's so talkative. He's so loud.
And that's like, I'd imagine he's got like small toddler energy, and that's why Kaz thinks he has to like pick him up, or he just like, oh, this thing's just gonna run off.
Oh yeah,
on
for
its
sure.
own.
For sure. Eventually, after 5 or 6 hours of this, you guys do arrive at a little pond where Finn kind of looks around and says, this should do. Alright, you four head that way, hook right after about half a mile, and then come back. You guys do the same thing in that direction, you guys do the same thing in that direction, you four. And kind of splits everyone up. And everybody begins to kind of just comb the area to make sure that there's nothing dangerous in the immediate vicinity, while the last like 8 or 9 people stay behind and start setting up tents and stuff. Let me get from each of your party a survival check. Perception would also be appropriate if you want.
Yeah. I'm no good at survival. Do you want secret?
We can do it public, it's fine.
Like, it's perception. Cackles.
Blessed cackles. You guys do a pretty thorough check. You find that the direction... Oh my god, I hadn't seen your dice. Those are fancy.
Very nice.
Ooh.
The direction that you guys are sent is pretty mundane. You do find that there is an old dirt path that has long since grown over, but it seems that there used to be a road that kind of cut this way. Ruko and Narafi. And Tex. Ruko, Narafi, and Tex. You do see that there are some relatively recent signs of travel along that path. By which I mean there's a large log that has been moved aside, kind of dragged off to the side of the road, like a cart had to come through and they needed to move it. And the drag marks are recent enough that they've only been really washed by maybe 4 or 5 rains. It seems reasonable to think that this probably happened within the past few months. But apart from that, there's really nothing of note. It seems clear, there are no signs of like monster tracks, just kind of a road, and then it comes back to the camp. By the time you get back, the sun has set, most of the tents are up, and the camp is ready. Finn does kind of check in with each of the groups, and when he gets to yours, he does ask, anything noteworthy, everything clear?
Full report.
Perfect. You kind of report back, just to say there's not a lot, there's a road, there were some signs that people came through there. Alright, weird. Maybe some explore. Actually, you know what? It was probably the looters, if I had to guess. Oh, fuck them. I hope they got themselves killed or something. Cool. You guys are over there. And he points to this clearing where each of your tents has been set up and a fire has been started. Some rocks are kind of set up all around it. And you do see that Pritchard and Hopper are both over there. It's up to you whether you would like them to join you on your mission in the morning. But they are at least going to stick here because the main camp is going to be largely abandoned, and that seems a little dangerous to them. So they're staying where everybody is at least going to be regrouping every night.
Right. This camp, it's not very defensible. It doesn't have walls around it or anything.
Certainly not, no.
I think Narafi would prefer if they came along rather than stay here.
Understood. They are cool with that. They will keep a safe distance behind. Pritchard in particular, I wasn't going to say anything, but I would, especially with Gigi not really watching the perimeter, I know they cleared this place, but, you know, the whole point is that we don't know what's over in this area yet, and I wouldn't want some monster passing by you like ships in the night to come munch on us. So, I'll do my best to stay out of trouble behind you.
Slow nod.
Why are all of their facilities so far apart?
It's a big place.
Hopper does kind of chime in. It's a really big place. This place used to essentially be a city of its own. There were neighborhoods, there were all sorts of facilities. It was packed with buildings. It was more of a campus than a guild hall.
And it took a full day to travel from one side of the city to the other?
That's mostly on account of the jungle and the overgrowth and the fact that you're carefully scanning, and because I'm bad at estimating distances. Realistically, if this was all properly paved, you could probably get in and out in like 35, 45 minutes on foot.
But there's so much undergrowth for like 8 hours.
Yeah, for real though, it is actually a bit of a nightmare. They call it the garden, and they are not kidding. Things grow super fast out in this rainforest, and it has fucked with the ability to travel easily.
Gardens are famously easy to walk through.
Well, okay, fair.
I call it the jungle or something.
True, the jungle of Eden. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Bones must feel right at home then.
That's true. Foster is with you. Foster has been spending a lot of time with Ilwood and Bill, and it sounds like he, for entirely meta reasons, is planning to go check out the garden first. Because he can't join us tonight or next week, so he's going to get a little head start on the garden while you guys check out the other things.
But okay, next week is the other group.
I push Eeldwood over.
Eeldwood occasionally sneaks back and tries to push you off the log while you're sleeping. And runs away.
Oh, that looks like fun. Cackle comes over and starts hatching.
Eeldwood fucking bolts. You're like 4 times her size.
Cackles is tiny too.
That's true.
Yeah, he's a baby.
He's a little
Just a
baby.
puppy.
That's fair.
Or
Probably-
what do you call
probably
a
just-
baby hyena? It's not a puppy, it's not a kitten.
I think they're cubs.
That makes
Oh, you
sense.
just come.
But yeah, Cackles
Maybe
comes
he's
over
got
and starts like trying to bat at Tex's tails as they're hanging over the side of the wall.
They just keep twitching. Like,
Oh, a cub, whelp, or pup.
Hey! Hold still.
oh. Tails stop for a second. And if he takes a jump, that he'll like smack him with one of the tails.
It tries to bite one.
He can try.
I don't know how to make an attack action with.
Oh, that's the funny thing. Familiars technically can.
Oh.
Which I interpret as they can kind of nibble, but it's not anywhere near enough to actually hurt anything.
Yeah, that checks out.
There's only very specific familiars that can.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Feats. Is he just snapping at the air every time the tail is pushing by?
Yeah, probably.
Tex will eventually just like get fed up and hop up onto Ruko's shoulder.
Mhm.
Eventually,
Who's the nerd with the scrolls?
Who is it?
Rabbit.
oh yeah, you guys haven't seen Pritchard yet.
Oh, P. Dicky. He's a very close friend.
The name's Pritchard, and he kind of like cautiously puts a hand up and waves. Cartographer at your service, or well, I guess technically at their service. And he looks over his shoulder to see if he can spot Darwin. Doesn't see him. You get the point.
Useful skill.
One of them, yeah. I also do a little. I was a combat medic in the war. I can try to help that way if I need to, but hopefully it doesn't come to that.
It's good to have another one.
You served.
It's nuts.
That's good to hear. It's nice to have some backup.
Dude, Cuckles.
It's hard, but eventually you do learn to drown it out.
So now our camp is just really noisy with a bandolore and a screaming hyena.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not a bandolore is like a yo-yo.
Oh, okay. What is a bandolore? Let me look that up.
Yeah, a bandolore is like a good... Oh, wait. Apparently the same name is used for both. Okay, it is also a stringed
Yeah, that's what I
instrument.
mean.
Okay, no.
But you're right, the
Not
first
that one.
result is the yo-yo thing, which I had never heard of.
I only had heard of it because Kaz
Oh,
bought one.
Bandor. No, Bandalore.
No, bandolore, yeah.
Yeah. The Bandor is a
The
is a
instrument is the
guitar.
bandor. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
The yo-yo is a Bandalore. Interesting. They used to be called Bandalores? Neat. When did they become yo-yos?
Yeah.
The 90s.
Oh.
That sounds like a 90s thing.
Yeah.
I feel like they're older
Yo-yo.
than that, though.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that could change way earlier than that.
Kaz tries to get Tex's attention with it. It's like, hey, look, you can chase it. Tries to pull it away at the last. They call this one walking the dog. It's hard to do when you're missing a finger. Wait,
Would you like to
No.
miss another?
No, I'm good. It's hard enough counting to 10 as it is.
You really are bad with numbers.
But I'm good with my hand.
Well, if you insist, we'll lay down and expose his belly.
Ooh, dangerous.
Quick time event.
What's insight in this system?
Perception.
Perception.
For some fucking reason.
Yeah, it's real weird.
It makes sense. Everything is visual.
Oh, what a friendly little guy. No. I'll reach over and try to
His
pet Tex's
finger.
belly.
Yeah, fully interprets that as a genuine offer.
Is that an attack roll?
Oh my god.
It's a big hit.
Oh yeah,
Just clamps down.
like a bear trap.
Oh, they're getting along.
Is that what you call it?
How are you doing, Ruko? You've been quiet.
Oh, you know.
Something on your mind?
No, just thinking. I had a whole journey. But last night, exploring vibes, I guess. I don't know. I'm fine. You alright?
He just nods.
You stare into the flames.
As you are staring, there are some footsteps that crunch across the way. It's getting a little late. It's probably 9:30, 10ish at this point. Darby kind of stops at the fire for a moment. We're going to start winding down for the evening. In the morning, we're going to split up again and decide where each group is going. If you have any thoughts, feel free to mull them over. We won't make our official decisions till morning, but between you and me, Finn tells me that your group did very well, and as such, I think we'll probably let you pick first. So, take your pick of the litter, as it were. Try to get some rest. We don't know what we're going to find in here, and you'll be unaccompanied. I would like to see you all in the evening, in one piece.
Thank you, Donovan.
Understood?
He nods and starts to go off to the next camp. A little more time passes, and you see some of the campfires all around start to get doused, or at least lowered. You can see that most of these other groups have left people on watch at their camps for the night. And it is almost time for you guys to start turning in as well if you want to start discussing watches.
Alright. Who's got first watch?
Just looking something up. I can do first watch.
Alright. We have to do one person.
then I
I'll
could
leave
do.
it to
No,
5.
it doesn't have to be. More. It's more efficient and optimal to have at least
Yeah.
two in case one
Yeah.
doesn't see.
Mhm. Okay, I can take first with you.
Hold on. Scoots.
Hopper volunteers for third. Pritchard will volunteer for fourth, which basically just leaves second.
I'll take second.
Cool. I know he just went AFK, but I need to know what Tex gets up to as night starts to fall. So we're going to give him a second.
For the record, I'm looking at these little camps in real life, and I'm like, wow, I could sleep next to a fire right now. It sounds so
Right?
good.
I haven't been in a very
I'm
long
so
time. It does sound
sleepy.
really nice. Hopper does kind of notice that you, or Ruko, is like staring into this fire and basically just nodding off practically. And he does kind of like get your attention a little bit. So wait, you're a spirit weaver? Like a real one?
Yeah. Are there fake ones?
Well, that's not entirely what I meant. I just meant that there are a lot of different kinds, but you look like you're, and he kind of like looks down at your clothing especially and at your weapon. You look blemish. You look like spirit weaver. You know, like the old kind. And he kind of like nods his head to the side, like kind of indicating that maybe he is worried about saying too much or saying the wrong thing.
Yeah, the real deal.
That's it's kind of wild. Is there like, are you on a mission?
Always.
You can see his eyes go wide. Okay. Well, I won't say anything.
And Ruko's, he's happy. Should I speed read through this thing? Oh, you sent me some delicious content. Oh boy.
At your leisure. There's no rush on anything like that.
But yeah, to be honest, I haven't really heard that much about the other Spirit Weavers. Came as a surprise when Sketch came in.
Oh,
And Fetch.
yeah. I guess if you're blemished, maybe you wouldn't have known. I mean, you probably know more than I do, but suffice to say, there are a lot of them nowadays, but they're all over ever since the war, and it's really rare to see an actual, original blemished spirit weaver. Do you know? And he kind of like lowers his voice again, and he looks around to each of you, and eventually kind of like, okay, all these people are cool. I can ask it. Do you know that? Have you been to the Echo Fair? Is that a thing you do?
Well, hold on. Can you give me a quick recap? There's a lot of text, and I'm reading it real fast.
You're good. For what it's worth, Ruko probably hasn't been himself, but he knows that there's some
Right.
association there.
Yeah. I know there's intermixing and some dabbling. I know, but he hasn't gone there himself.
Right. Of course, Ruko can say whatever he wants to say.
Yeah, there's stronger association there. I know of some who tell tales of it, but not myself. I've not gone.
Ah, okay. It's real dangerous, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I'd love to go someday. I think I could probably handle it. How bad could it really be?
Really bad. Yeah.
But there's got to be like all sorts of cool stuff there, right?
Probably. Oh, yes. I'm so curious.
I heard that if you play a song, it turns into a thing and then plays music back at you.
That's so.
Uh-huh. I also heard that if you look into a mirror, it steals your eyes. So I'm just not going to
Well,
look
that's
at
obvious.
any mirrors.
Ruko makes sure that the reflection on his glasses is perfect so you can't see his eyes. Why do you think I can't see, Hopper?
Wait, I thought you could see.
I can, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, damn. Anyway,
Who do you think's more blind, me or you?
I don't know. You want to find out?
Yeah.
He pulls his glasses off, and you can just see he is squinting so hard. And when he hands his glasses
man.
over to you, they're like heavy. You actually like almost fumble them when he hands them over. They're like almost half an inch thick.
Okay.
Yep.
Ruko knows he doesn't have to actually try them, but he like slides this down and glances through one with one eye, and he's like, "Yep,
Oh yeah.
that hurts.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's me. I think I win this one.
I think it's you."
You do actually notice too that they are, boy, how do I even? They have the texture of a golf ball, like it is textured glass that has like
Whoa.
tiny little facets all over it. You know, like a bug's eye or a fly's eye.
I was just about to ask if he had compound eyes or not.
He sure does. He sure does, and he has goofy glasses made to work with his compound eyes, and they're super thick.
Yeah. Ruko's irises conduct
awesome.
mitosis to try to look through them, and it doesn't work.
Oh yeah,
Just
it's like those kaleidoscope eyes or glasses that you wear to raves.
whoa.
Tex, people are starting to wind down. It's late at night. Is it safe to assume that Tex at some point nods off at this fire?
Almost certainly, but he would want to speak with Narafi first.
Yeah, go for it.
Boy, Magi,
Something on your mind?
little, you've been around. You seem to be the most worldly, knowledgeable, level-headed of the group so far.
So far.
Have you seen these? And I'll pass him the paper.
Give me a D100, Narafi.
Oh,
He hands you a piece of paper that has some crudely drawn illustrations of what appear to be little stuffed animals or totems or cartoony animals. There's a tiger, an elephant, and a panda. You know what those animals are. In fact, you've probably seen a tiger and an elephant before. Probably not a panda. But you've never seen whatever these are, these stuffed animals or totems or whatever.
I can identify the animals if that's what you mean.
Well, that's a start, but no. Looking for some totems.
What do I know about totems?
Lots, presumably. Give me your esoteric book.
Sure thing.
That's pretty good. Totems are often used for magical purposes. They are similar to staves in that they can be used to channel magic. Wood is a good conductor of mana, and especially when you shape it into the image of something, it becomes even better at channeling mana. Totems in particular are often used because they're very good at collecting latent residual sympathy, which is kind of the basis of all occult magic. Anytime anything happens anywhere in the world and sympathy is generated, it tends to linger. It makes this sympathetic dust, this energy that builds up all over the place. But it drifts towards things that are organic or were organic, things like bone, wood, stone. I just listed stone as if it was organic. It is not. Pretend I said seashells instead.
Okay.
And occult magic is the practice of drawing the latent energy back out of those things. Totems are very commonly used by occultists and primalists, animists, shamans, natural magicians, and in many cases they are used to store sympathetic magic, which can turn back into occult magic. There are tons and tons and tons of different kinds of totems. It would be very hard to tell what these specific totems did, but you can pretty safely assume that they were probably vessels for sympathetic magic.
Do these totems belong to your witch?
At one point.
You've lost them, huh?
They're taken.
Taken. They know by who?
I have some inkling, though I didn't get to see them take them.
For what reason would someone take a witch's totems?
That's what I'd like to know.
They're vessels of sympathy. Whoever it was wanted your witch's magic. Or maybe just wanted to sell it. I could keep an eye out.
The prior seems more likely.
So it's someone familiar with your witch. Someone familiar with you?
Quite likely. There's a group of them.
Group.
Yeah. It's a dwarf, blonde hair, green eyes. An elephant woman, a ruddy skin, is missing her left tusk. A Strix woman who is named Sakazaki Teo.
That one has a name.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to the detective who found out for me.
Bradley?
Yes, Stumpy.
Yeah.
There was also an orc. Had a fancy outfit on. With a stupid-looking hat.
What kind of hat? How many corners?
Cap, a big red feather.
Can I identify the station? If this was an important hat? Or does it seem like...
He was in a musketeer's outfit.
I was going to say, Tex would be able to kind of describe to you, it looks like an old musketeer's outfit. You could give me a society check. This is kind of a weird and difficult question, but I'll entertain it. Let's see what you roll.
Right. Let's see if I have society. I don't have society. I do have esoteric lore, but I'll roll it on a -2 because it's unrelated.
Right.
Thanks to the
You don't have, like, warfare lore, do you?
I was going to take that, but I took something else to keep everyone else alive.
That makes
currently.
sense. Yeah, it felt like slightly up your alley. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I'm pretending I have it so far.
Understand.
By basically using esoteric lore, which is a natural one.
Oh, that's fun.
No clue.
Oh, no,
that means it's wrong. Wait.
You do, in fact, have a clue. You are almost certain that means that they are a pirate captain from Gorchiga.
It sounds like Gorchigi's pirate captain. Maybe Kaz knows something about that.
I didn't get a cool hat with a big feather.
Maybe you were cheated.
Maybe you're just a delivery boy.
I didn't even get to name my own ship.
That doesn't sound very captain-like.
They say it's bad luck. Also, I'm not here. Ignore me.
Oh. He talks in his sleep.
You're cool enough, you get 3 feathers.
Fucking hawkfuckles.
Yeah. He's just gonna write down the description of these people and the name of the one of them. And he'll keep an eye out for them.
Wonderful. Noted. A little more time passes. The sky gets a little bit darker. Tex eventually starts to drift off. Tex, can I get a will save, please?
No.
But what if I really want you to make a will save? If I ask nicely.
Ruko's poor chest.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
All right. So I'm going to ask a question again, and this time, even if it's not normal, I do need an answer. What does Tex's possibly first ever good dream look like? What is this dream like?
He's dead.
No, I'm just trying to think of how to describe this on Twitch without getting us banned.
Replace the bad words with Barney.
Lord God help.
It's him having a night with Weiss.
Understood. All right. Is this boy in the cave? Or in the cave? Okay, understood.
Back in their, regular form.
Sure, understood.
obviously.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Everything tracks. Everything tracks. As the dream continues, you start to have that stirring, lucid feeling where you're still in the dream, but you're beginning to realize, oh, this is a dream. But that doesn't matter. It's still kind of nice. In fact, it's probably very nice. In fact, as somebody who doesn't really have nice dreams very often, this is probably very relieving and a little bit empowering for Tex to have a good situation right in front of him and have some degree of control or mastery of that situation. And as it continues, Tex starts to hear music, seemingly just echoing from the edges of this dream, from deeper within the darkness of the cave. The crickets that kind of pour in through the mouth of the cave almost seem to form a little bit of a melody. And it continues and continues until you start to hear footsteps coming up from behind you from the mouth of the cave. They're distant still, and you look down, and Weiss kind of looks up. Where should I go?
Do I recognize the tune at all?
Give me a perception check. You sure do. It is one that one of your friends used to whistle all the time. Sami used to whistle it a lot.
Great. I don't want you to go.
I'll stay then. I don't have to go. Who is that?
It's not important.
All right. And Weiss kind of just continues to stay there. You hear the footsteps come a little closer. And when you look behind you, you see a figure, or just the silhouette of a figure, kind of illuminated by the bit of moonlight that pours in through the mouth of the cave. And it's not who you were expecting. It is not Sami. It is instead a large, lanky, kind of vaguely humanoid figure that is draped in immaculate velvet robe. Their face is all washed over with dark skin, black skin, not like actual onyx or obsidian black. And atop their head is a crown that covers where their eyes would be. And it comes up in a pair of rings, almost like a pair of overlapped halos. You can see that there is golden jewelry draped from this creature's neck, down like bangles from their wrists, around their waist like a sash. And as this figure comes around the corner and sees the scene in front, he looks down and says, "Melodious, isn't it?" Referencing the music that has started to kind of waft in with him.
What do you want?
It is you. Oh, I haven't seen you in such a long time. What happened? Why don't you call anymore? Cat's got your tongue.
Cute.
Yes, you are. I am a bit...
Nice outfit.
Thank you. It's new. I'm so glad you noticed. So many don't notice. Sorry to drop in like this. I do hate to interrupt.
I'm sure you do.
I actually cast this ritual quite a long time ago, but it failed. The fact that it's now suddenly working is curious, but I have an educated guess as to why. Listen, you don't happen to be in Eden, do you?
No.
Shame. You sure?
Quite sure.
Strange.
Why? Coming here for a favor.
You know me well. I do, of course, have something that I could offer you. What's a little favor between friends? And you can see that as he says it, this smile cracks across the side of his face, almost like the toothed ambassador at the Tower of Sauron. The lips kind of peel back, and there are just too many teeth in this mouth. Tiny teeth that go all the way down, tall and narrow. The smile that just gleams like pearls against the darkness of his skin.
Well, since we're such good friends, I assume this is going to be a good deal for me. Not like your usual deals.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I think that I can at least make it worthwhile. Let's pull out for a moment to the campfire, as some other things happen. Kaz,
Yes.
Ruko, and Narafi, you start to hear
And
footsteps. And Cackles, and Pritchard, and Hopper start to hear footsteps. Coming from the
What
darkness.
time?
It's pretty late. Almost everyone has gone to sleep. I should probably pull the camera over. You guys were essentially getting ready to bed in for the night, and a lot of the others have already. You were figuring out your watch order. When you hear the footsteps, heavy footsteps, like somebody in chainmail or plate or scale or something like that, metallic. And they seem to be approaching, and you can see that down here to the south, illuminated by just the edge of the firelight, is a figure, a humanoid figure, a woman, in full plate armor, it appears, or half plate, or at least very well armored.
She has no helmet, I imagine.
She does have a helmet, actually,
How do we know it's a woman?
because she has this long...
She's got a big
kind
boob
of
plate.
Yeah, of course, it's World of Warcraft. She has two giant boobs where her plate is.
Are they pointy?
Yep, they sure are. No, they aren't. It's very reasonable armor. You can see that she has long, kind of beautiful, fine, almost white. It's kind of like a silvery white hair that comes down from the helmet and drapes across her shoulder. You can see that she has a kind of crimson cape behind her and a tabard that matches going down the front. And she looks out like timidly. And she's like, "Oh, you're human. I'm so sorry to intrude. My name is Amelia. Do you speak Adindric?"
Didrik's just the common
Yeah,
language,
it's just common,
right?
yeah.
Emilia.
I don't understand a damn word you're saying, lady. You better speak up. Find someone else to talk to.
I'm sorry, and she kind of puts her hands up. You can see that she has a large glaive that is kind of on her back, but her hands are currently free, and she puts them up. I'm sorry. I'll be on my way if I'm intruding. I wasn't aware anyone else was out here. It's dangerous, you know. The place is crawling with monsters.
You're aware. What brings you out here alone?
I wasn't alone, and she kind of casts her eyes down a little bit. I came down here a few months ago with some others. We cleaned the place up a little bit, and then we ran into something. Something a bit too big for us, I guess. A bunch of us didn't make it. The rest of us, we've been holed up, and she kind of like points her thumb over her shoulder in one of the temples over by the sanctuary. And she kind of like looks back and forth between all of you. Her eyes keep lingering on you, Narafi. You can tell she is uneasy with you. I can really go. I'm sorry. I'm not here for any trouble.
Then there will be no trouble. What guild are you from?
And she looks down to the tabard. The Witchers.
Moresco Witchers.
She nods a couple times. You've heard of us.
I have.
We must be doing something, right? Jude will be happy to hear that.
He kind of... His stance moves from a aggressive one to a more... How to describe this stance? He straightens up and bows his head slightly, but his eyes are still on her. And he says, "I came across corpses of some of your friends. all the way back in Unuma.
Oh. I'm sure I may have known them at one point, but no,
Your reach is vast.
we have been branching out. And she looks over your shoulder to the food that you guys have, the real food. I have some gold. Can I eat?
He looks over his shoulder.
You didn't
Who's
bring any snacks for your own?
We've been...
No freebie! Get out of here!
Well, no, I can pay. And she reaches down to her side. She has a coin pouch. And she fishes out a gold piece. Way too much food. Or, sorry, way too much gold for a meal. We've been living on scavenged plants and rations for almost 2 months now. I'd given...
Narafi would know. What are our rations like? What's our food situation like?
You guys are fresh out of a city. You probably have good, nice, like hardtack. I say that as if hardtack can be good or nice, but you probably have hardtack, some dried meats, some cheese, salted fruit, probably a little bit of candy even for the first couple of weeks.
How many of there are you?
There's just the two of us left. There were 5 initially.
Could you call them out?
They're back at the graveyard, the temple. And she kind of like thumbs over her shoulder.
Yeah, he looks over at Kaz. Do you mind if we part with some of our food?
Yeah, Kaz picks up Cackles and covers his mouth. He's like, of course, I think we have enough to share.
Yeah, he just nods. He stands near her and he nods for Kaz to go get some.
All right. Narafi, give me a perception check, and then we're going to jump back into the dream for a moment.
Perception.
Is this like an insight sort of perception check?
No,
I'd like
this
to make
is-
one of those.
This is
I'd like to make one.
regular ass
Again.
eyeballs perception. With that said, if you get close, you can make one too.
Yeah, I come up next to Narafi at least to pick up Cackles.
Yeah,
So.
you cover. Give a hand.
Cackles, don't be rude.
Wonderful. All right, back inside the dream as Tex continues to have a little kitty dream.
Is he kicking his little feet?
Probably.
Aw, he thinks he's running.
The dark figure looks to you. If I am speaking with you now, then I think something that you need is nearby. There is one small complication. That thing is, and he steeples his fingers and kind of looks to the side, technically mine now. I know that is, less than ideal. But it is within my power to help you find the others, if you bring that one back to me.
If it belongs to you, then why don't you have it currently?
Well, you know how it goes. Somebody came and they asked for power, and I thought that they would die much faster than they did.
Oh, so you need me to kill somebody.
Oh, no, that part is quite taken care of. I just need you to play courier. I know that's not really your MO, but if you could pretend for a moment to be a little mailman and bring my package back to me, I'll tell you everything that I know about the others.
I think I'm going to need a little bit more to go on before I go agreeing to any sort of deal. You don't have the best track record, after all.
Oh, I have a splendid, spotless track record depending on whose eyes you're looking through. I have this. Perhaps this will at least prove that I'm not full of shit. I understand that I am in a dream, but... And he fetches from the inside of his pocket what appears to be the lower part of a totem. It is missing its head, but you can see that it has a tiger's tail and a tiger's paws. They just have this bit, and he kind of fiddles with where the head should be. That's all they really needed for their job. I know where all of the other two are, who has them, how they got there, and maybe even how you can get them back.
And after that, how do I get that one back?
Well, you won't. But at least you'll be most of what you used to be. That's better than... And he kind of just looks down at you. Does that even work, by the way? You're quite a lot smaller than...
I'm making do.
I see that you are. Ugh, horrible thought. Well, I suppose we'll make the best of what we've been given, or in your case, what's been taken. Speaking of taken, I think that, it may be very close indeed. Are you a light sleeper?
Incredibly.
Wake up! Wake up! Nothing? Damn. Do you have a trick for this? How do you normally do it?
Yeah, never really gave it much thought.
Try pinching yourself.
Well, thanks for the information.
Oh, of course. It's not my specialty, but it is important to me this time. I do hope that I see you again very soon. It's been so long, we have a lot to catch up on.
I'll be sure to see you very soon.
Here, Kaz, you just gotta get a dry piece of fish and you put it real close to his nose.
Oh, is that how you usually
And he
rile him
wakes
up?
up. Yeah, it looks like he's choking and licking, and then he's like, he wakes up.
Okay.
Shoot awake, and I snatch the piece of fish out of his hand.
Like a
Deleted
child.
pupils.
Ah,
Tex continues to sleep for a little moment long as the woman comes over, sits down, and if you give her a little food, greedily starts to scarf it down. Narafi, as she does, you can see that she looks famished. She looks emaciated. She looks like she is not doing well. She appears unhealthy. Her armor is fucked up. You can see that there are, like, dried bloodstains that are caking a lot of her left side. You can see their halberd appears to have been damaged at some point and has been very hastily kind of splinted back together. She looks like somebody who has been surviving poorly for months in the jungle.
Fresh out of famine door. Huh?
oh, I get it. That's a good one.
At this point, I think I would even take Famine Door over all this. What are you doing out here? You look to be... You're not from here. You're not from here. You might be. What's going on?
We're exploring. That's all you need to know.
Okay. I'm not going to judge you. We came out
We're like a group of strangers with a like-minded interest for some reason.
right. I
You
think...
might call us a adventuring group or a party or something.
Right. No, that's fine. We came out to loot the place. There are a lot of useful things here. They shouldn't go to waste. I'm not here to judge.
I'm afraid if you've come here to loot the place, we'd respectfully ask that you don't.
Oh? I mean, I'm in no position to bargain. What's it to you?
Well, we're working with the guild that runs this place to hopefully restore it.
Oh. Wait, really?
I forgot the name of the guild.
Oh.
No, it's Daybreak, right?
Landfall.
Landfall.
I keep accidentally saying Daybreak too, because
I
it's
know,
C1. Yeah.
Yes, we're working with Landfall to hopefully get things running again.
Oh. Oh. Landfall put you up to this. They're still around?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I can't say I blame you. Darwin won you over with that booming laugh, huh? All those stupid stories about heroes and honor. He scarfs down another bite.
Yes, he certainly won me over.
There's the money, huh?
Yeah, I just kind of shrugged.
Well, thanks again for helping. I won't interfere, and I guess we'll stop looting. I mean, we didn't get much done anyway. But, enjoy your little adventure game while it lasts. In my opinion, you're just trading one monster for another.
What, do you mean, like, metaphorically?
Yeah, I don't think he's actually like a monster, but sooner or later, what's left of Landfall will turn their backs on you, just like they did on us.
You were a part of Landfall, were you?
Not really part of the guild, but part of... They protected us. I lived in the campus.
Ah, I heard the stories.
Yeah. Is it
We're making them pay for that.
good? Good, somebody should. The problem with people like them is honor and authority, they go hand in hand. And as soon as the authority is poisoned, so too's the honor. It's kind of a relief to know that you guys are just doing it for the money, I guess. Although that's what they said too.
I mean, it's for the money and some mutual interests and resources that I hope to take advantage of by Landfall becoming a bit more functional.
I see.
This is just a business relationship, though.
Just business. So you're...
I'm a very good businessman.
I'm sure you are. You look like you have been very successful.
Very great with numbers, especially.
I should go. I don't want to trouble you much longer.
Well, tell your friend, he says, wrapping up one of those to-go ration things for her friend and handing it over.
Oh.
That this is not worth your lives.
I wish I had heard that sooner. And she stands up, and she kind of like sweeps her cloak aside. And as she throws her cloak back, you can see that along the inside of the cloak, along the back left side of her rib cage, it is caked in long dried blood. You can see that the steel of her cuirass is blown out, like a soda can after you put a firecracker in it.
Oh.
And beneath the metal, you see bits of rotted flesh and broken rib that are just glinting in the firelight. But they didn't think to tell us at the time. See, if you're just here for business, and you're on Landfall's payroll, then it sounds like the poison is spreading again. And I can't have that. It already cost me far too much. And she starts to reach back for the glaive.
Drawing my weapon already.
Alright. Back in the dream, the dark figure looks to you, Tex. Well, if the pinching won't do, I had really hoped not to do this, and I will try to be gentle, but you're more used to me a little scratched up than dead. So, boo. And as he says it, you feel your mind begin to twist. You feel bones cracking inside of you. You feel this overwhelming tension in your neck. You take 1 point of psychic damage, and your eyes jolt awake, and you see what is happening at the campsite, including a woman who appears to be undead, drawing a glaive as Narafi draws his weapons, and you can see that among the many things on her belt, around a little leather strap, is a tiger's head.
Dope.
And let's roll some initiative.
Like a real tiger's head?
No, sorry, a little totem, a wooden totem of a tiger's head.
I was worried that you killed popcorn.
No.
Oh my
He
god.
went and murdered Popcorn, who's been bearing his skull this entire time.
Yep.
Oh god, I couldn't take that.
Would I kill a beloved NPC off screen like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I probably would.
No, I would. That's a me thing.
True.
I'll be
Hell
going
yes.
first.
Yeah.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
That is so
Yeah.
appropriate.
The fucking fart.
Wow.
Ooh, those are pretty.
Right? His dice
Oh,
are
those
pretty.
are pretty.
Yeah.
Cowardly that you have actual numbers on your dice, though.
Wow.
Alright, we just need initiative for Rico.
Oh, that's what I did. Oh,
Oh yeah, I thought you did too. Hang on. What did you roll? I'll put it in there. 11.
oh, I clicked on the one above it. Oops.
Oh, that would do
Roll
it.
a perception check, you goof.
Well, initiative is
Oopsies.
perception check.
That's what I got confuzzled.
They're separate things. Separate clicky.
There are separate clickies, that's true.
It's stupid.
Did you remember to set yourself to combat mode?
Let me set it to
Okay.
11.
It's much
Okay.
better than your other one.
No, it's still, we're keeping the
Yeah.
11. It's the right roll.
Yeah.
As all of this is happening, Tex starts kicking more, and then it springs wake, locks eyes with Amelia. What do you do, Tex?
Cool. I'll be taking that back.
Her snatch.
I don't have that thing yet. So I leap up to my feet. One action to stand, one action to move.
One action to eat that dry sardine I stuck in your mouth.
You do find that there's a dry sardine that falls off.
So, out of curiosity, does this did that nap qualify me for my
Absolutely.
extremely good feature, and it's definitely not shitty,
Yeah, it absolutely does.
not like every fucking Pathfinder beat. Cool. So I only take 1 psychic damage to my temp HP instead,
True.
and then I'll fiddly action to draw my knife, and I just leap up and I'm going to cut this bitch.
Hell yeah, fuck her up.
And that's me.
Oh no.
Groggy.
Damn shame.
Yeah.
Alright.
A little disoriented.
Tiny bit disoriented. As she draws her glaive, she releases the backpack, and tumbling out from her pouch are not supplies, but instead 3 severed heads, presumably of her compatriots, which all snap their eyes open, begin to float up into the air. And one of them comes charging over towards Cat.
Why is it always severed head?
Yeah, it is always severed heads with you. This is the second time you've been attacked by a severed head.
At least it's not my own this time.
True.
It's a little less unsettling.
Someone else's. Second action, it tries to bite you.
Please don't.
Miss, and...
Oh my god, brush your teeth, my friend.
Yeah, it's gross. It's not great. Miss number 2, another head's turn. This one comes over to Tech. First attack hits, bites down, and I need a fortitude saving throw. You take 5 points of piercing damage. And you can just see the gross filth that has covered this thing. Its skin is kind of blistered. There are bumps and boils that have started to form all over it. You know it cannot be safe for this gross, diseased thing to be biting you. But you are unaware of any additional effects. It is going to try to bite you one more time. That one misses, and that brings it to her. She is actually going to use her first action to step. Her second action to stride over to Narafi. And with reach, she is going to swing with the glaive on Narafi. You are a fool! Just hitting. For 13 points of slashing damage.
Wow.
And that brings us to Narafi.
Fool am I? He's going to one action. Take a drink from Chalice, which gives him 5 temp HP.
Alright.
That's one action. And then he's going to exploit vulnerability. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
On her. The DC is 17 still? Or is it 15?
This is what, a standard DC for level?
I believe so.
Standard DC for level 3 is 18.
Ooh, it's risen. Let's try. Nope. That's a regular fail, but she still gets personal antithesis.
Perfect.
Meaning she takes an extra 2 plus half my level. So extra 3 damage.
Yep.
And he's just going to... That's 2 actions, yeah?
Yep.
He's going to drop his weapon for a bit. As a free action. Flick his wrist and throw a chakra at her.
Excellent. Just slipping through where the plate does not cover. That is a hit.
For 8 damage plus 3 extra damage.
Plus another 5 as the chakra kind of slashes at her exposed neck. You can see that what remains of her flesh has become spongy and zombie-like, and it just sloughs off for a grand total of 16 points of damage.
Woof.
I believe that's 3 actions. That brings us to Ruko.
Okay. Yep. I don't think I need much inspiration to... Here we go. Inspire Courage.
Everyone can drag that over to themselves.
Just look at them! What are they? Furious lute strumming, and now he's gonna go and start doing a thing. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna try a new thing.
Oh
boy.
All right.
He reaches out a hand. All them rocks and sticks and shit on the ground start attacking them. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
How can we position this to hit the most things?
You Sorcerer's Apprentice
there.
this.
Okay, sick. There is a spot where you can put it where it hits all
Yeah.
3.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
looks like it gets her as well.
It does. It gets gets her as well. Let's see.
I don't know how
2d10
you
to
place
everything in the. So if you click that,
It's basic, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
it's close enough.
yeah, exactly.
Basic reflex.
Basic reflex save for each of these things against 2d10. Go ahead and give me the damage first.
Yeah. And then you can click. Oh, those dice are so pretty.
Yeah, those are so pretty. What the hell? They've got to be new. I would have noticed them before. 6, and all of them need reflex save.
2d10.
2 successes, 2 failures.
Nice.
Let's see, half here.
And this stays up?
It does.
Or...
I believe so.
Oh yeah, you can sustain it at the start of each round. Okay.
Yeah, so for 1 action each round, you can continue to sustain this, and if they stay in the area, they will keep taking that damage. What does this look like? What do you animate? Idealist damage.
Oh boy, it's just all the rocks and boulders and stuff, and then it, like, just anything along the ground. Maybe some tent stakes too, so whoever's in there, it sucks to suck. But those things are flying around like little daggers.
Excellent.
I mean, just any debris in the area is just flying around very angrily.
Hell yeah, perfect. That was 2 to cast the spell and 1 to do courage. I think that's 3 actions.
Yippity yep yep.
All right, that brings us to the last Nasher. This thing, hey, spoiler, these are not super smart. It continues to run forward and is going to try to bite Tech.
What sound does it make as it hobbles forward through the air?
It kind of floats, actually. It's kind of floating through the air, but it still makes xylophone noises, of course, because there are some vertebrae that are visible. And if there is any visible bone, that means you make xylophone noises.
I wasn't sure if it would do that, if it would just go
It probably
gnashes
is.
its jaws.
It's kind of a little of both, I imagine.
Excellent.
Bite.
I'm gonna bite you. You better look out.
You better look out. I'm going to bite you. I'll bite you real good.
He doesn't though.
Shut up, Thackeray. It's weird.
Oh, there we go. We got it. We got a hit. Let's go. I need another fortitude saving throw as this thing's gross, rotted teeth bite into you, Ted. Noted. Duly noted. You take 5 points of piercing damage. That'll bring us to Kaz.
Don't like that.
There's nothing weird about it. What are you on
Like
about?
it's Julie noted.
It's not weird to bite.
Okay. I wasn't expecting this to come up so soon, but I'm gonna do this. I don't know if that showed up for you.
Slashing Gust.
Yeah. So Kaz kind of stands up, and I'm gonna reach for something here. He kind of holds up both hands, showing that they're empty. But then he reaches down into the little pouch on his waist and opens up one of these cantrip packs and holds up this one and says, "Is this your card?" And I'm gonna try to do that as a create a diversion too. Can I couple that as a free action, or is that like its own thing?
I
have to do an action.
It is. Yeah, you do have to spend an action on it. What I'll let you do though is if you use your second action to create a diversion, I'll let the card trick give you a +1 circumstance to it.
Okay.
To it.
Okay. So yeah, I probably will do that. But then first, I'll cast Slashing Gust, and you'll have to. I'm also reaching for a little bit here. I imagine that when I spend or use one of these cantrip cards, it kind of like burns and fizzles up, right?
Yeah, I imagine.
Something like that. So I pull it out, and then I cast it, and then I have 2 free hands again, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I get to attack 2 enemies with this.
Yeah, slash your slice your enemy. You have 2 variants. You can target 2 creatures. Otherwise, you target. Okay, cool.
I also don't know how to do a spell attack roll. I'm not sure what.
Just give me a
stat
d20
that is
plus
for that.
5. Since it's an item, it just uses its own stat.
Mm-hmm.
And let me know which ones you're attacking first.
I'm going to attack the. I'm going to go for Amelia, and then I'm going to go for the the topmost festering Gnasher. So, the one that just bit. I don't think it just bit Tex, but.
Yeah, those top 2 have each bit him once.
Yeah, top and bottom.
All right, top and bottom.
Actually, I'll go for this one, the second one down, because that's lower HP.
Okay, noted. All right, give me with that Gnasher first. That's a critical hit.
That's a fucking crit.
Hell yeah. Which I believe is 2 times a d4.
2d4 times 2, and then it takes some persistent bleed because of the crit too.
True. Ooh! You find that much like Amelia, this thing's little zombie flesh is extremely vulnerable to slashing damage. That bumps that up to 18. Which is enough to kill it. However, I'm still going to let you know, as it drops dead, you see that no blood comes from it. You imagine the bleed probably would not have done very much to it. And it probably would have done nothing to it.
Okay.
With that said, that Gnasher is cleaved basically all of the flesh from its skull, and it drops dead.
So yeah, Kaz basically reaches into this little pouch of cards, pulls one out, and then it kind of he like snaps his finger, and it shrapnel fires, and then he casts a hand toward the Gnasher and Amelia, and they both just get like.
You ever degloved an entire skull?
Yeah.
Because that's basically what you just did. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, give me the roll for Amelia.
Yeah, here we go.
That is a miss. And after casting that, I know you still have an action left, but that is a interact action to activate the cantrip deck, which is a manipulate action, which means you have triggered an opportunity attack from Amelia, who has a reach weapon.
Oh no.
She is going to swing this glaive at you.
How dare.
19 just hits.
Oof.
Yeesh.
Ooh, 15 points of slashing damage.
She pretty hurts.
Pathetic. You will be the first he abandons. Back to you. You've still got one action left.
Yeah, and then I tried to do create a diversion. I think I have to roll for.
Yeah, that I believe is deception. And I'll give you... Yeah, it sure is. Deception with a +1 from the card.
Oh, I clicked it and it just posted it twice. My bad.
Oh, gotcha.
Is there a way to like? Okay, just a deception check, right?
Yep.
I'll have to like put just a deception check into my hotbar instead of that.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's all good. Oh.
10.
10 is good. It does not beat any of their DCs. They seem to be eyes locked on you, single-minded focus.
Cool. That means I get panache.
You sure do. Or no, wait. That's only if you succeed.
I thought you said I did. Never mind. I'm stupid.
I think for panache you do have to succeed on the related check.
Yeah. Okay. Anywho, then I will just spend a piddly action to draw. Kaz kind of reaches down toward his waist again and pulls off this like coiled bit of leather and steel that looks just like another belt at first, but it's actually a scorpion whip. And I'm gonna try to attack Amelia with it. I think I can just like make a disarm check with it. It has a disarm property.
Yeah, if it has a disarm property, you absolutely can.
But okay, so I just make an attack roll with it.
Yep. Also, I'm just now realizing the cantrip deck lets you cast a 2-action cantrip as a single action activate.
That's
really
hot.
cool.
That's wild.
Is slashing gust usually a 2-action?
I think it was.
Most spells are.
Most spells are 2 actions. I'll read that between sessions to make sure I'm not missing something, but it says you spend an action to cast it, and then the deck casts the spell for you. So I'll check that between sessions, but for now I think that's correct.
It's pretty fucking hot.
That's hot.
That is pretty hot.
That's how Kaz does magic.
Yeah, apparently.
Alright, Scorpion Whip, I think I did it. Here's,
I know I've not updated things to the remaster rules yet. I will go ahead and use the new disarm rules, so this is slightly better than the old rules.
yeah, and the other unfortunate thing, the second edge of the sword that is slashing gust, is that since I attacked 2 enemies with it, it counts as 2 attacks for map.
That is true if it has the attack roll.
So
or the
this
attack trait.
is so this is map 10, right?
Yep, sure is. Good luck.
Uh,
Oh, that was honestly still kind of close, but no, unfortunately not able to disarm. And I believe that brings us to the top of the round, back to Tex.
Cool. With disarming, is it possible to disarm like an object at a belt pouch, like a belt pouch?
Absolutely, I'd allow it.
That's more like thievery, which is usually not allowed in combat.
Yeah, thievery, I think, is more like reaching into a pocket and stealing something. This is an exposed thing. In fact, if anything, I feel like it would be easier than disarming it because they're not actually holding it.
Right.
I'll let you do it, and I'll even give you a small bonus to it.
Okay. I'm not going to do it because disarming is impossible anyways, but
Fair.
it is good to know for the future in case I get desperate.
Yeah.
I'm going to stride. I can move through Kaz's space because I'm a little cat.
Little.
And I'm going to attack Amelia.
Right.
You don't fucking run away from me, bitch.
Oh my god, that's a critical hit.
Woo!
Oh, this is going to be gross. This is all slashing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it slashing or is that piercing?
I think technically it's piercing because it's technically a rapier.
Okay. Added deadly D8. Oh, sweet.
Oh my lord. Christ,
Another
another hit? That's slashing. So we have 27 total damage so far. Yeah, you just start hacking and slashing, and you watch as massive swaths of what remains of her flesh begin to just slump down into the tin of her armor. She is still up, but she is mostly skeleton at this point. Lord. Anything else?
I will look to her and say, I'll be taking that back.
Did you bring a fucking cat? Fuck.
Don't fuck
Monsters! who would bring this sweet cat into the battlefield?
The lower festering Gnasher is gonna bite Tex. Or try to.
Let me just get that fortitude save out of the way. I'll roll another 14 for you.
Yeah. No, oh my god, it actually managed to miss once. Here we go, number 2. Missed twice.
Hey.
Number 3. Miss again.
Here's my 4.
God damn. God damn. Let's see. This one, is this the dead one? This is not the dead one. This one is going to fly down. Ruko, give me a D2. You want a 2. To see if it stays in your area or not. Cool.
That's just a wait. I don't. Did that really roll a 2, or did they just put a 2 in the chat?
I think it just put a 2 in the chat. You could have fooled me though.
Sure coulda.
Okay, it
There it is.
steps over here to attack Kaz. Oh, that's a hit. Is that a crit? That is just a crit. Kaz.
I'm gonna. I think if I do a nimble dot, that'll make it not a crit.
Correct.
Right?
That'll bump it down
Yeah.
to normal.
Yeah, I'll
You can
definitely
reaction
do that.
to it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. So I get plus 2 AC. That makes it not a crit.
Correct.
I don't want to be crit.
That seems
Beautiful.
wise. That means you take 6 piercing damage instead of 12, and I need a fortitude saving throw. You see the gums just like oozing gross shit all over the bite wound. One more bite. Here we go. That
Miss.
is a miss. That brings us to Amelia.
Oh boy. Who's she hitting?
Amelia.
She's going to hit a lot of people. I think she's going to hit everyone, but let's do this one thing at a time.
Oh no.
She's going to start by taking a normal swing on Tex.
What, does this glaive have some sort of sweeping property or something?
That's a wild accusation.
Unheard of.
She pulls it back and just,
Really wish that disarm would have worked.
yeah, it would have been great, right? On Tex does a... Oh, that might miss. That does miss. 15 is wide. You just kind of leap over it. She
Big miss.
hoists it up and is going to do a broad swipe with her second and third attacks, sharing map 4 instead of map 4 and then 8. We'll do the first one on Narafi.
Ew.
Still hits.
That is a hit for
Ow.
13 points of slashing and then cleaving through over to Kaz.
Hey, don't, though, maybe? Have you considered that?
I considered it for a moment. 24, another hit for
Oh, God.
13 slashing on Kaz. That is all 3 actions, and that brings us to Narafi. Oh, you're still barely up.
Yeah.
Oh. Not doing so good. Let's see. Narafi's like, okay, she can attack of opportunity, manipulate actions, so he can't take a drink right now. Instead, he's going to flick his wrist again, and another one of these like brass discs fly out of his gauntlet, and he flings it at her. Another attack with another chakra.
I'm going to need you to miss, please. These hurt. Slashing damage hurts. Ooh, that's a hit.
Yeah. So it's this plus 3 plus your whatever weakness is.
17 total.
And it's just gonna. He notices like, oh, the gauntlet's empty, but he has another gauntlet on his other hand, and he flicks that,
Son of a bitch.
tossing tossing a chakra up in the air, which he catches with his other hand and flings it with map.
Oh, that just hits.
And
that is
another plus
enough.
3.
With that one, it basically cleaves right at the seam between her helmet and her cuirass, and she drops decapitated.
Stomp on her face to be safe.
Anything else?
Yeah, one last action. She's down. He piddly action kicks his his copish back into his hand with a twirl, and then he shoves his flask into Kaz's mouth and just makes him down. You heal 9 HP.
Excellent.
Oh, spicy flavor. Pungent aroma. This is not the rum I'm used to.
All right, that brings us to Ruko.
Oh boy. I'm gonna use my thing. So when I refocus on this, does that count as my 2 actions also?
No, so to sustain a spell is only 1 action. So for 1 action, you can make your objects attack again.
Oh. Well, let me do my guidance. Not guidance, my inspire courage again.
Yeah.
Bam.
Everybody can drag fresh courage out.
Hot fresh courage.
Hot fresh courage.
Hot off the presses.
And more tent spikes. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's high damage shit. Let's see, reflex save from this boy. What was it, DC? I think that fails.
It was it says basic reflex of
Scrolling. And Magnet Salt. DC 19, that is a fail for full damage.
Oh, there it is. Woohoo!
Very nice.
Is it dead?
It might be. Why is the jump to bottom button not working? Come on. It is still just up, but you do have a third action left.
Damn it. Okay, a single action. What can I do?
Can you shoot something?
Yeah, if you have...
Yeah, no.
Most of your spells are going to be 2 actions. If you have a thrown weapon, or if you want to try throwing a non-thrown weapon.
Yeah, it's only a -2 as an improvised thing.
Just throw a rock.
Oh, is it really
Yeah.
only -2?
Just
I had like
tons.
-4 last time because I didn't know what the rule was.
Oh, improvised rules. Improvised weapons usually just a -2.
Oh, shit, I was too cruel. Too cruel for school.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a thrown weapon.
Hell yeah.
I could be wrong. I can look it up again. Just kidding.
Let's see. How do I actually throw something random? Let's go.
You can just roll whatever your normal weapon strike is, and I'll subtract 2 from it.
Okay. That was my
Or depending on what you're throwing, guys. If you're throwing your real weapon.
Gonna be a rock.
Yeah,
that's
it's
close
just a
to fire.
-2 item penalty.
Nice, perfect.
Nice warm rock. Where?
In that case, it should be the same as like an unarmed strike, and I'll just subtract 2 from it.
Okay. Yeah, that tracks.
10? I don't think a 10 hits. No, a 10 does not hit, unfortunately. These things are
And a
nimble
rock
and
goes
nimble.
flying.
Yeah, the rock,
And the
just
rock
kinda-
starts bouncing around inside that aura too, so maybe it'll have a second chance.
Absolutely, it kind of joins all of
Added
its
more
friends.
ammo.
All right.
Yeah.
That brings us over to Kaz. We got 2 heads still standing.
2 of them.
One to your north, one to your southwest.
Okay, we'll try to finish this one off to the southwest first. I'm gonna whip it.
Whip it.
Whip it good.
$21's a hit. For 5s, oh well, it's slashing damage. Yeah, that thing is eviscerated and drops just the 1 head left.
Cool. I will do a piddly action to pull out my actual sword. Since I don't need to disarm anybody right now. I'll try striking this one.
That's a hit. for 9 points of slashing. I believe that goes to 14. It is still up, just standing.
Wow.
Have another.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
What?
And with that, the last skull kind of clatters off the rock and rolls over towards the fire. And everything goes quiet. The entire encounter...
No, it doesn't.
Oh, does it not? What happens?
I immediately dive on her corpse and begin biting that thing away.
Hell yeah. You guys watch as Tex just starts going ham on the corpse of Amelia. Specifically focused around the waist. It's like chewing at her belt or something on her belt loop.
What do you have in your mouth? Drop it, drop it.
I swallow it.
I imagine Ruko drops the spell before he learns
Yeah, I was going to say, do you wait
Yeah,
for her
yeah,
to drop
yeah.
the spell?
It
No.
only deals damage if he
Yeah, I'll-
sustains it again.
Oh yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Everything goes quiet, and you guys watch as Tex, who just woke up as this was all happening, seems to just go into like a feral rage, biting at what you can see is the little kind of purple wood head of a tiger, like the size of a golf ball or so.
Oh, what a coincidence. We were just talking about one of those.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild how that happens.
Oh, hey, Tex, I think I found one of those totem thingies you were looking for.
Thanks. I'm really glad that I came to you. I wouldn't have been able to spot that without you.
I told you I had connections. And I pat the top of your head.
Well, I swallow.
Do you actually swallow it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do I feel stronger?
Yeah,
I turn to look at Ruko, and I'm like, is that bad?
yeah, you do actually feel strong.
Dope.
How do you have played the glaive?
You can tell. Boy, give me a perception check.
That means I leveled up.
Yeah, you can tell that you're now level 13. This is actually my favorite possible
I'll
outcome.
use my hero point.
Okay.
I'm going to use it on anything else.
Also, we've been going for 2 hours. Who else gets hero points?
Each of you gets another hero point.
Rocket
Wow.
rations.
Oh, I don't have to. I think that's what I need to start doing. I just need to do a second wave about halfway through, until I.
So you
Get
don't
good
have
at
to play
DMing.
favorites.
Yeah, so I don't have to play favorites. I know it's because I'm a coward. Tex, you guys watch as, for the record, the head of this little tiger totem is about the size of a golf ball, and Tex is big for a cat. He's still just a cat, and he puts it in his mouth, chews on it a couple times, and then swallows, and it goes down just fine. Tex, I don't know if you, straight out of character, have swallowed something that you kind of realize, oh, I probably shouldn't have swallowed that. You can like feel it go all the way down your esophagus until it kind of sits in the bottom of your stomach like a lump. You feel it still in you in one piece. You don't feel like a magical absorption effect or any sort of like massive transfer of huge swaths of energy. But you do
It'll probably
actually,
just take a little bit of time. That's
yeah,
fine.
yeah, exactly. It's like medicine. It takes a little time.
Yeah.
You do feel something. You feel something magical. You feel just a little tingle. Your hair stands on end for a moment. You guys watch as Tex's eyes very faintly, very briefly glow. Just a soft kind of light green. Just a little brighter than normal, but clearly visible. 2 little pinpricks of green light. And then after 5 or 6 seconds, they dim back down. Tex, for the next 24 hours, you essentially have a +1 to all of your rolls. That is a status effect.
I can't believe you're Sukuna fingering this. Well, maybe
What?
you'll cough up the hard bit later.
Is it dissolve or?
I'm not cleaning his litter box.
He just looks at Laruko.
Shrugs. He's like, I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Excellent work back there. Who needs to be tended to?
Hello.
Alright, come
I
here.
think you should look at yourself first.
Also,
Yeah.
yes.
It's blood just staining the bandages.
Pritchard comes
Tex.
over. All right, are you finally going to let me work on you? Everybody doesn't want me healing them for some reason. You're not like that, are you? You seem reasonable.
Tex's wounds are all festering and gross.
Maybe you should look at Tex, actually. Diseases aren't my specialty. I'm more of a field medic.
Right, of course. Give me a deception check.
I'm not lying.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I'm literally like, oh shit, look at that. I don't know what that is.
Oh, man. So veterinarian work was not really my specialty, although I did occasionally have to help with horses. Just hold still and...
Maybe I can give you a second opinion?
Oh, you're a horse doctor. That's very reassuring.
I know I'm not a hoss doctor. I'm a regular people doctor, but
Yeah. This takes 10 minutes, Kaz, but I don't need to roll anything. I just choose a DC 15. I have assurance in medicine. You just heal 2d8.
which will also take the DC 15 on tech.
Yeah. You heal 14, and then he gives you another dose of his drink, and you heal another 9.
I kind of put my hand up first. I'm like, okay, before I drink another dose of this, what is it? What is this?
It's good for you.
I gathered that. I want to know what it is.
Hard to explain. Just drink it.
Can I attempt to identify this?
Sure.
With alchemy?
Or
like a crafting check or something?
You'll have a big penalty for crafting. If you have alchemy specifically, you can...
I do have, like... I just know that I don't think that's, like, its own skill.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm like...
You have alchemical crafting, though?
Yeah. I've got alchemical and magical crafting, if that helps.
For sure. You can give me a crafting check. There is going to be a penalty here, because you're kind of using an off skill for it, but I'll definitely allow it.
I also have seasoned, but I think that's only a circumstance to craft food and drink.
I'll double check. Yeah. Seasoned is such a bad feat, I might let you just have it. Hang on.
Okay. Well, that's the one I'm taking until you decide on the weapon.
I see. Okay. Craft food and drinking, including potions.
Yeah,
sure.
that's the only reason I'm taking it, is because I'm making healing potions.
Yeah,
and stuff. But like I said, I think it's just to craft them. I don't think it's like to identify.
I'll say that cancels out some of the penalty. You're currently rolling at a -1 total.
Okay.
Roll 20. Roll 20.
Hell yes.
Seriously, how?
So
you manifested it for me.
Tell him everything, Frisk.
Tell me what this is. Give me the nutritional facts of this Estus flask you have.
Yeah, it's an Estus flask. They're literally. So what Narafi has is it's a kind of artifact that you're not quite sure how to make, I guess, because it's not something that can just be made. It's very weird secret shit, but you know what it does, essentially, based on the runes and the make. You know that the liquid inside is conjured and also evoked, kind of. Like, it's a mixture of summoning something, putting energy into it, and there's also something necrotic about it. You get the sense that whenever you drink this, he fills you with some kind of void, tricking the universe into thinking you're empty, and it fills you with vitality.
Frisk, I've shot you a question on Telegram. Let me...
Sure. Yeah, there are no bad effects or anything. It's like a hack.
Okay. So Kaz probably, like, he does the whole sommelier thing, sniffs it, he swirls it, and his ears and his nose probably, like, flick as he's, like, assessing everything he like, smells and gets from this. It's like, oh, so you didn't make this yourself.
No.
He seems just, like, very briefly disappointed by that. Well, that's a shame. It's very...
I powered it myself.
Very delicious. I was hoping to get the recipe. Then he takes a swig. And Cackles is probably, like, jumping and pawing at my knees. And
Well,
like,
the
"Give me
ingredients
some
are my
too."
body. You recovered 9 HP.
You say that after he swallowed?
Yeah.
Oh, how nice. What the... He'll kind of lean in so that not everybody else hears it unless they're really listening. He's like, what part of your body?
My heart, Kaz.
Is this, like, metaphorically, or... Are you saying, like, you put a little love into everything, or...
Whatever makes you sleep better. And he does a little wink, and he goes into a tent.
He kind of tilts his head and looks at all your like bandages that cover all of your skin. He's
Yeah.
like, I'm just hoping it's not like actual parts of your flesh or like your fluids or so. I don't know. I won't. I guess
No, nothing like that.
I guess I won't pry.
I call it like my vital energy.
Okay.
So first, you can answer that however you like. It doesn't make a difference one way or the other to me, but I might have a little more to tell him based on it.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna send you.
Sure thing.
Hey, give me some of that too. I'm real thirsty.
He he leans down, gives him just a little sip, and Cackles gets 4 temp HP.
Amazing.
It lasts 6 seconds.
This tastes like shit.
Kaz, as you study this a
It
little more
tastes like
closely,
you are.
Oh,
on a natural 20, you've actually heard of things kind of like this. Maybe not this exact specific one, but you've done enough study on a thing like this that you notice some things about it that would escape common notice. One of them is that there are a handful of diamonds around the outside of it. Small, but prominent. And those diamonds are surrounded by etchings that resemble divine magic.
so he's bedazzled a flask, you see.
Kind of, or at least whoever made it bedazzled it. But the impression that you get is, A, whatever's happening here is of some sort of divine origin, or at least it channels divine magic. However, the important and interesting thing to you is, if what you remember from your studies is correct, to make something using this particular type of magic, you need at least a tiny little speck of moonstone. I am talking literally just like a grain of sand, but that still means that there is a grain of sand of moonstone somewhere within the gold of this thing.
So yeah, you do notice that before Kaz passes the flask back to you, he kind of like, he corks it first, but then he like kind of tilts it up and down and takes a long look at it.
Oh, he doesn't let go of it while he's feeding it to you. It literally doesn't work unless he's holding it.
Fair. Well, he tilts his head and kind of like tries to study it as best as he can as you're pouring it to himself, and then cackles. Very nice flask. And he'll reach into his coat and hold out his own. I'm afraid my drink is not as fancy, but you're welcome to share.
I appreciate it.
It's
Maybe
just
when I'm
wrong.
not on the job.
Are you ever not on the job?
He just winks.
Which you don't see.
I don't know what that means.
I guess one of the little eyes is visible through the slit.
One of the eyes just disappeared for a moment.
Did you blink? What is that? Do you want some or not?
No, I got something in my eye.
Okay. What for me then?
Yeah, I'm gonna go tend to my wounds. It's gonna take a while to unwrap all these bandages.
You need any help?
I'm alright.
Right.
I pry off the belt pouch and I toss it to Ruko.
Excellent.
Here you go, kid.
Tex kind of tosses you the belt pouch that Amelia was wearing. It's filled with gold.
Mostly coppers.
Mostly copper. There's actually a disturbing amount of copper and a lot of silver pieces. But they're
Quite heavy. It's a bit of a task for me.
yeah.
Be honored.
It's actually heavy enough that it seems weird for this to have been one person's walking around cash. You imagine this is several people's walking around cash that was all gathered up into one bag. Feel free to, let's see.
Do you think she decapitated all of her friends post-mortem, or is that like a circumstance thing?
I don't know. Dickie, you're a doctor. Can you figure it out?
Yeah, let me take a look. And he starts to dig around. Are you guys just splitting this gold up between yourselves? How do you guys want to handle this?
Just split it up.
It's up to Ruko.
Yeah, Kaz does walk over to Ruko as soon as you toss the pouch to him and he holds out his hand. Collection fee. I downed at least 3 of those heads, I think, so Where's my cut?
Oh yeah, I also I collect my chakras.
Perfect. He might be the one who AFK'd. It was Corpse, so I couldn't tell who that was.
What a bastard.
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
assume-
thought that was you.
I thought it was you, so I guess it was him. I'll go ahead and distribute to all of you, and if he complains when he gets back, we'll deal with it.
Then I'll fight him. And Cackles will bite his literal ankles off. Did that just
oh
do
my
that
god,
automatically?
money.
Money.
Yeah, it just
Happened automatically.
What a time to be alive.
Glaive seems to be in all right condition. The plate's fucked, but, you know, if somebody wants to lug around a bunch of heavy-ass metal, it might be worth something to a smith.
Does it look like the kind of metal I could make anything out of, or is...
I mean, it just looks like steel. It would probably need to be, like, melted down and reformed. It's not in good shape to wear now, but
Oh, like,
if you sell it, it would be about 5 silver.
that might be true. I'd have to
Don't
double check how
disturb me.
shoddy works.
Oh, it's shoddy?
It is
I thought it was
shoddy-
just...
shoddy
Oh, the
half-blade.
armor! I thought the glaive.
Oh, yeah. No, the glaive seems to be... Oh, yeah, you're right. Actually, the glaive is also shoddy, so that should be worth
Okay,
even less
no,
than I...
that's worth less.
Yep. Whoops.
No problem.
We'll deal with that. Whoopsies.
No biggie. Yeah.
There we go. Shoddy. So now it's actually only worth 2.5. He does pull out an insignia for the Maresco Witchers and hands it if one of you guys wants it. Let's see. Oh, there's actually still a gold piece and a silver piece left. I'll drag those over.
Do we have a party fund?
We could put those in the party fund
Yeah, it's party loot.
for things we need.
This is a little bit of a meta contrivance, but party loot will be the 10 real PCs, and you guys can figure out from there.
Oh, well, fuck the other guys.
Fair. In that case, you guys can just take those however you
Yeah,
want.
just split them into silvers.
So technically, Foster is supposed to also be here.
Oh, that
Yeah.
is
Why don't we give that to
true.
Foster?
Yeah,
Get it to
we'll
Foster.
give him a
Yeah.
little cut.
yeah.
Yeah, a teeny bit. He doesn't need to eat very much.
Yeah, therefore he deserves no gold.
Yeah.
He can have the water skin. And the rotted rations. He might actually, like, heal from that.
Actually,
Is that
the water
racist?
rations. Well, that's for zombies.
Yeah.
Skeletons eat bone meal.
Okay, yeah, he could maybe fertilize his plants with it.
Get it? He's got meal in.
He's just gotta put the rotted rations in his boot and then stomp them down.
But probably, actually.
Helps all those plants bloom.
Yeah. Don't worry about carrying anything heavy. I have a bag of holding.
Oh, wonderful. Can I give you a few things to hold on to?
Yeah, okay.
I will let you drag things over that you want in your bag of holding specifically.
Sure. Which one do you want? Just send it over.
I mean,
Can I
if you've got the room for it, I'll take the armor
Yeah.
to melt down and scrap later and make into
Okay.
something.
I'll put it in the bag of holding then.
Or maybe the glaive, because that weighs less. Yeah.
I can
for
take both.
ju-
It's
I was
fine.
For
gonna
just
say-
using it for scrap.
He's got room for both.
Okay.
I'm just gonna cover its blade first.
Good call.
Oh wow.
Hello, welcome
Hi,
back.
welcome
Hi,
back.
welcome back.
They're looting. You got some gold automatically.
Excellent.
Grab some extra rope. Add that
I
to
want-
the bag of holding.
I want to keep the Maresco Witcher thing.
Yep, all yours.
Sure.
Feel free to drag that into your character sheet.
We've had several of those already.
I don't have one.
Well, while they finish looting, can I take a look at the heads and also like pull her helmet up to take a look at her
Absolutely.
face?
And
Any of them look familiar?
none of them look familiar to you. They have some things that are all in common. They all appear to be human. They all have hair that is very silvery white. There are, let's see, let me make sure I get this right, 2 women, 2 men. They all appear to be kind of between 20 and 30 years old. None of them have any identifying features that you recognize. They kind of just look like run-of-the-mill mid-20s adventurers, all human. All of kind of a Dendric nationality, it looks like. And none of them resemble anybody that you recognize from your past or travels.
Is the white hair like is it a zombie thing, or does it feel, is there like a race of people that all have like a white silvery hair?
You can give me both a society check and your best spellcasting check. And if you don't have any sort of like magic check, then Arcana is fine.
Yeah, I think Arcana. Well, I have cultism.
Occultism would be applicable.
They're the same thing, but
Yeah.
Do 10 minutes pass without me being bothered?
Yeah, if you want, you can have 10 minutes of privacy in there.
Sweet.
Occultism, probably an undead thing, if you had to guess, or even just literally a dead body thing, possibly. Society, you've never really heard of like a whole civilization of people with white hair or a species or anything like that.
It's an anime moment.
Yeah.
You don't have the white hair, red eye race of people.
Not like that. I think there's something like that in the puppet show, Thunderbolt Fantasy 2, right? Isn't that a thing?
It's Full Metal Alchemist Scar.
Full Metal Alchemist, okay.
Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist and
The Ishvalans.
One Piece.
Hell yeah, the what the fuck do you call them? The Lunarians.
Yeah.
Because of nerds.
I love that aesthetic, okay?
It's a good look.
They're so hot.
There was also the letter in there, and I'm not sure who grabbed it.
I read it, but I didn't grab it.
Yeah.
Also, I fucked it up, and this system confuses me. I tried to pass Narafi a bottle of wine while I was doing that, but it seems like the corpse was flirting with him, and I also don't know how to actually drag this bottle of wine out of my inventory.
So there's a hand thingy.
Yeah, if you open your inventory and look at the wine bottle in your inventory, there's like a shaking hand for giving items to other players.
Yeah. Oh, confirmed. Thank you. One decent bottle of wine.
Kaz winked at you, not the corpse.
Okay. Just making sure.
So an important note about the letter.
And an important note about Kaz winking is that you can actually see it because both of his eyes are visible.
True.
Both my eyes are visible. They just... you can see them glinting on the mask.
Do you take that letter in any... Well, you kind of went off to rest, so I assume that the letter just kind of came up publicly and then ended up in your bag of holding afterward.
Yeah, something like that. He makes sure it's there, everyone can see it. He's not taking it secretly.
Understood. Just making sure you weren't doing it secretly.
Yeah.
There is then a hastily scrawled letter, which appears to have been written on really nice paper with like magic runes around its borders, but it is covered in blood and mud stains, and it looks like somebody scribbled on this real fast and then it got interrupted. And it reads, Jude, help fast at Landfall Graveyard. Totem didn't help. Eustace/Hank dead. Valerie bleeding out. Sakazaki missing. Green magic and bones? Monsters? Not sure what... And then it cuts off.
Sakazaki.
Sucky.
Sakazaki Yuya.
Yeah.
Wait. Is this a name?
Yeah. It's from Multiple Boyfriend, you see.
Oh my god.
That's right.
Wait a second. Did you give me these names or did I give the... I came up with these names, didn't I?
Well, that one you did. I assume that you
I must
at some point we're going through the...
And Sakazaki is a bird lady.
I must have pulled it from How to Fall. Surely this was not an accident. There's no way.
Really, the one like bird person is Sakazaki. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely pulled this from How to Fall then. Which makes a lot of sense given some other things. Yeah.
Given that several of my naming conventions are Hotspot references.
Right. Okay, thanks, Pass Me. You're pretty clever.
You did it.
I did it.
Well, Master Tex, it looks like we'll find a trail for the Sakazaki person.
Really? What'd you find?
He just hands over the letter. They mention her. Perhaps if we head over to the graveyard.
Yeah. Probably should have left him alive for questioning, but...
Well,
I think
well.
we're a bit late on that one.
We could go question Darbin and Finn.
Why would we care about that?
I don't know. They know these things.
You just want to fuck them again.
No!
again.
You and those other cats.
Again?
No. And I'm not a cat.
Are you sure?
Give this one some credit. This one knows the meaning of the word no. He hears it a lot.
Oh, so it's
Wow.
Savage.
Roasted.
Gently puts an arm around him. Pat.
Well, if it's a landfall graveyard, I think they might know something. Like, oh, hey, friends! He puts on his best Darbin voice. That place looks a little haunted. We cursed and buried a giant monster. Like that.
Kaz, you want this decent bottle of wine in the bag of holding? Or
You're
is it
asking-
just a sip?
Are you
Other
asking-
character.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I thought you were asking that like out loud, and Katz is just gonna stare at you. No, that's for Narafi for sipping.
Yeah, he corks it, pours some. He doesn't have a glass. He pours a little into his flask.
Kaz
It makes
watches,
it tastier.
Kaz watches curiously. Does he take a drink? How does he drink with the mask on? Does he just like
There's a
tilt it
little
up,
slot.
pour it on himself?
Yeah, he just tilts it, pours it through a little slot where the mouth is.
I thought you were gonna go full Dark Souls and just like pour it on your face.
Estus flask. And whip my hair back and forth. Get the splatter of Estus flask every. What is Estus fluid?
It's Sunny D, I think.
Yeah, canonically, it's just Sunny D.
Yeah, that's good for you, right?
Fake
Yeah.
orange juice.
Yeah. I'm going to give.
Shelf stable, 0% juice, orange juice.
I say this like fucking... What is the mail delivery game that just came out recently that had like Monster Energy as their canonical health drink?
Death Stranded.
Fucking Death Stranded, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it had Monster Energy drink and fucking... What's the guy's name?
Norman
Daryl
Reedus.
Walking Dead. Yeah, Norman Reedus.
Yeah.
Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus was
Jesus Christ.
the subtitle of that game that they weren't allowed to put on it.
I love humans. Humans are the best. They're the greatest. Alright.
Anyways, if you want to go talk to Darwin and Ben, then you might as well. So we'll be
Yeah.
heading out
Might
in the
as well.
morning, so
Should we bury these corpses before we go off to another graveyard?
why
We
don't
should
just toss them
report
into the
this.
fire?
Oh,
We should
that's what
report
I was
this
thinking.
incident first. Maybe
Alright, if you want to be by the book,
always.
Let's go.
Alright.
I take about I walk about like 15 feet or something, and then I feel the bloating in my stomach, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Alright. Will you be alright here?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Cackles, would you like to keep an eye on him?
Oh yeah, sure. We're great friends. I'm sure we're gonna get along well, and I'll keep a good eye on him, make sure nothing happens while he's taking this nice snooze. Hey, Tex, he's snoozing, right? You asleep already? Wow, you should fall asleep fast. It's crazy how fast this cat falls asleep.
You come back and find Cackles is missing.
Oh no!
Back into the ether, you have to resummon him.
It takes a week.
Oh
Yes.
no!
Yeah, resummoning familiars sucks with PF2. Alright. What are you guys
So
doing? Are you
what
burying these
what
guys
actually
or what?
happens is probably like 30 seconds later. Cackles comes back, scampering, whining with like a big scratch on his nose.
Aw. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think he just tripped. We find Darwin and Finn.
Alright. You guys make your way over to the camp where they were at. And you find
Is it
that...
far away?
It's a little farther than this map makes it look. You guys are a bit spaced out around the lake. But you do eventually find that the fire is still going, although dimly. And in front of their tent, you see that Bill and Foster are both kind of still up. I imagine they're probably not even talking. They're both just kind of resting. They're side by side. There are a bunch of people sleeping in the roll mats around the fire.
I'm gonna bring
I'd-
her body, if possible, over my shoulder.
I'd imagine it's really awkward walking in on two skeletons hanging out because like you don't know if they're asleep or just like staring at each other intently.
Right. As you come over, kind of hauling this body over your shoulder, Bill does turn. Oh, good heavens, what happened?
We were attacked.
You were attacked. Why didn't you call for help?
We had it handled.
I see that you did. Is everyone okay?
Everyone is fine.
All
We
right.
just wanted to report the incident here. If you've seen this, we got this letter.
You hand the letter over?
Yeah.
He takes a second and he kind of reads it. I will serve those fuckers right. Teach them to go looting. Oh, I'm glad you're all right. Oh, she's all nasty, isn't she? Ugh.
Yep, whatever did this to her is still there.
Well, that will be dangerous. I should probably tell Finn and Darwin.
We would like to pick that one for our choice.
By all means, And he kind of looks around to make sure that everyone else is asleep. It's my understanding that they've taken a bit of liking to you. I'm sure they'll let you at it. Give me a moment.
How much?
How much?
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, like, how much have you taken a liking to us? But it's fine, you can wait.
Well,
Like,
Finn
carry
was-
on, carry on.
Finn was impressed with your... Is this a... Oh, heaven.
It's a sex thing.
Of course it is. Oh, speaking of...
No!
Okay, give me a moment.
Look, he likes our skills, and he probably thinks we're cute.
He probably does. He pets your head with Valerie's hand.
That was really gross, but it's kind of...
That is super gross.
It was pretty funny, but also I need to go wash my head.
We're going to need to put this somewhere, proper burial.
I'm just gonna keep holding her like that.
Yeah, we can't burn her. The smell will be terrible.
I mean, you can put her down, like
Yeah,
right
it's good
there.
for my glutes.
Oh,
Ugh,
fuck, that's
for
a zombie.
deadlifting, I get it.
What happened?
I think she was dead before we got to her, sir.
No, it certainly looks like it. Ugh. Ugh. She looks like
Technically
she's been dead
speaking,
for
of
weeks.
course. How did none of us pick up on that?
I don't
If
know.
only one of us had like an imprecise sense of scent or something.
He does kind of lean in and sniffs a bit. That is odd. You're not wrong. I would expect this to smell much more foul. Perhaps they were at the necrothecary?
What?
We have things that help with the odor. It's why we keep him around. And he nods over towards Bill. Yes, I
There's,
get it. I understand. As soon as we get it, I'll take another bath.
Bill is made of bones. There shouldn't be any smell.
Bones smell too. Not as bad as rotted flesh, but they do smell.
Just have to bleach him.
Yes,
Or
exactly.
Put him in an oven for a few hours.
Bill chimes in, no bleach that makes them brittle. You need ammonia. There's ammonia at the necrothecary.
Have you
What
tried
if
the
we-
locker?
What if we put you in an oven for a few hours, roast you, and then make a nice stock?
I don't think that you would like the results. There's shouldn't be any marrow left, and what is left is tainted by, well, the ammonia, you see.
Ah.
Okay, so you were attacked, and you're all okay?
We're all right. We're just
More or
reporting the incident and informing you that we want to go check out the graveyard.
Right. Yeah, I mean, not right this second.
No, not this instant.
Good.
Our scarring is only mental.
Now, is there anything incredibly cursed that you put in that thing?
In the necrothecary?
In the graveyard.
Not cursed, no. I mean, except for maybe a couple people who've died of curses and then were buried in the graveyard.
We were attacked by her and 3. Well, how many heads was it?
Yeah, three.
3? Yeah, and 3 of her friends' heads were floating, flying.
And he kind of like looks down at the
That's
ladder.
not a standard zombie.
I'm guessing that would be Eustace and Valerie. And, yeah, okay, this makes sense. Well, scavengers, a shame what happened to them. I'm never really happy to see anyone being turned undead, but all the same, I suppose they probably knew the risks when they came here. I'm glad you're all okay. Is the cat, who's Tex?
Tex has
He's
eaten
napped.
something and is resting as a result.
Oh yes, he ate a bit of a wooden totem or something.
You know, just got things.
It was something that
Nice.
she had on her waist, and I was wondering if that was what maybe made her all zombie-like, or if it was something in your graveyard. I thought zombies coming from a graveyard was a bit cliche, but you know.
No, for the record, zombies should not be coming from our graveyard. It is actually very specifically built on the grounds of a temple to Pokakalua so that they don't. So whatever this is not our doing. All of our
She
zombies...
mentioned that there's still one more companion of hers out there.
Well, then be careful when you go search it. It's very possible that she's still there.
Can I do a little detect magic thing on the paper?
Yeah.
Use one of those fancy papers where you write
There
on
are
it and
weird
somebody else can
runes
look
on
at
it,
it.
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Give me your best spellcasting check. Or if you have a spell for it, show me a spell.
And I think Kaz, with his magical crafting, is able to identify.
I was going to say, I think you can both identify it.
Yeah, both of them can.
2, identifying magic
Read
item.
aura.
Read aura.
You learn
Like,
immediately
first
with Read Aura that it is absolutely magic and that the School of Magic is transmutation. And then you can also give me an occultism check. And Kaz, you can give me your best out of Arcana, Religion, Occultism, Nature.
Oh, we can't use crafting as space. That's a feat.
Yeah, you can also give me crafting with a penalty if you want.
How much of a penalty?
I believe it'll be a minus... Yeah, it was a -2, and then I give you a +1 because it was a potion last time. From
Okay.
your seasoned feat.
Said it was occultism, religion, arcana, or nature.
Yep, or crafting
Any
with
of
a
the magical
-2.
ones.
No, why can't I roll?
That might actually be good enough. Let me see how big these are.
This is 12.
Both of you can definitely tell that it is magical. Ruko, you're able to determine that it is transmutation, and with the help of your spell, you're able to tell that its purpose is probably what you're thinking. You write something on it and then send it and flies off. Neither of you are able to definitively identify exactly all of its mechanics, but both of you have spent enough time in modern society and are familiar enough with magic to understand that, yeah, you write a message on it, fold it up, and it goes somewhere.
Whoa.
Oh, this was meant to be sent somewhere. It wasn't finished. Suppose they were asking for help from the Moresco witches.
Oh, if only they could
Witchers.
have wrote faster.
If only. They would have had a hard time getting here quickly, even if they did get the message in time.
But
Unless-
the fact is, you wouldn't write to them in desperation at a moment's notice if they weren't close enough to actually hopefully come.
True, maybe they are nearby. Or were at the time, anyway.
Perhaps your group could send a search party or something to see if they're around. Or maybe they're around and they're zombies.
Maybe you might find them before we do if you're going there in the morning. I'll make sure that everybody's aware in the morning. I'll actually go check on all the camps tonight to make sure there weren't any other attacks. And perhaps we'll try to divert a couple of the parties to the areas around the sanctuary to make sure that they aren't festering somewhere else.
I'd ask that you keep a tight watch on the others. They were specifically very angry at landfall members.
Yes, that's, I'm afraid that's quite normal. I will be sure to pass it along.
You guys pissed off a lot of people, huh?
He kind of hangs his head a little bit. Yeah, we did. We really fucked up.
Don't be sorry. Be better.
He tilts his head. Noted. Let's see what we can do.
Just where do I put this? Just the body.
Oh, Bill, do you want to deal with this? Why would I want to deal with it?
Are you going to eat it?
No, I'm not going to eat it. Although that
There are bones inside it.
that femur does actually look quite strong. She must have been a runner.
I saw it twice.
At least give her the last rites first.
Well, I think it might be too late for her last rites, but if we're going to do last rites, they would be at the Temple of Bokakalua anyway, so we'll do them in the morning. For now,
Oh well,
leave it-
we'll just mention the names. The names are what's important.
It is part of what's important. Leave it here. I'll try to strip anything useful from it, and then in the morning we can take it to go rebury it.
There are 3 heads back at camp.
Ugh. Bring those here. I don't have a current need for teeth, but it never hurts to have a few more.
Yeah, I'll bring them over.
Alright. You bring over all the bodies. And Bill lets Cackles kind of have first pick. He's like, oh, useful. Well, don't chew the bone, just take the flesh. And we'll take some of the better looking bones afterwards.
Cackles picks up a whole fever and like walks away with it, side-eyeing Bill the whole time.
Right? No, bring that back. I saw that first.
Playing keep away. Like that give.
Incredible. Does he have anything for this? I don't think he has anything for this. No, he sure doesn't.
I give Pritchard the 5 silver.
Oh, what's this for?
Doing your job.
Doing my job. What do you mean?
You looked at text, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I think he'll be fine. We should probably make sure that we get some alcohol on that for the next couple of days. Once in the morning, once in the evening. But it doesn't look like the bite got too deep.
The medic should be taken care of.
I appreciate it.
And compensate.
I'll put it to good use. And he tucks 5 silver into his pocket.
Yeah, subtract 5 silver. I'm gonna sit with Hopper. Like, are you okay?
Yeah. I'll be all right. And actually, I should move him over. You do find that he has quietly taken a seat over next to Tex, and is kind of just drawing Tex while he sleeps. I'm glad you guys are back. I know you were only gone for a little bit, but I just it is good. It's good that you're back.
Yeah.
Nerd, get me some Pepto.
What the fuck? What's Pepto?
A lozenge, I think. Another language.
Oh.
For the stomach.
And he fumbles around in this pack and doesn't find it, but Pritchard comes over. I don't have a whole lot, but I do have Ipecac.
I've got something, but it's a little invasive.
What was that, Tex?
What's Ipecac?
Ipecac, you'll throw up and then you'll feel much better.
Does that mean wasting food?
Technically, yes, I suppose.
Fuck yourself.
Suit yourself. He tucks it back in his pouch.
That's good to have.
I try to keep things around that are handy. Don't go anywhere without some alcohol, some Ipecac, some charcoal, an asbestos cloth, a couple potions, a healing supply, some bandages, little honey, the basics.
You have honey?
I do have honey. You want some honey?
Can I have some honey?
If you eat the Ipecac first.
How bad do I feel with this thing in my stomach? Do I think this is not working the way that I want it to?
So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, because on the one hand, you literally feel magical power radiating out from your stomach and into your body and making you stronger. On the other hand, you can tell that passing this is going to happen, and that is not going to be fun.
I don't know how big your intestines are, but if a cat can squeeze through very tiny holes, I'm sure bigger things can pass through their intestines.
I don't think it works.
That's not how that works.
I'm not a veterinarian.
Give me the Ipecac.
All right, just a couple drops. Yeah.
You have to apply. Do not make Tex measure.
All right, make sure you point towards somewhere else. Don't point this towards the rocks. We sit on these rocks. And the reaction is almost immediate. A couple drops of Ipecac go in, and cat hork.
Yeah, all over the rocks.
Yep. You guys watch as the little tiger's head kind of tumbles out, covered in gross cat slime.
And I imagine because Tex was explicitly told not to get it all over something nice, he instead does that thing where he backs up while he's throwing up, so it gets fucking everywhere.
Yeah. Also, specifically goes to the highest point that he can find in the house. Yeah.
And so a small spot instead turns into a 6-foot long line.
Fucking breath weapon.
That's great.
I pick it up and put it into my backpack.
Oh, gross.
I'll give it a shake off first and splatter a bit more, but throw up everywhere.
Perfect. For what it's worth, you can keep your +1 for the next 24 hours. You still have that.
Dope. I will be a polite Cat and I'll like kick some sand and dirt over to throw up, and then go curl up on some of the clean rocks.
Perfect.
Throw up a second time, and then I'm good.
Excellent. Let's see. Kaz, are you back at the camp? Or are you still talking to Bill and Darwin and them? Cool.
I'm talking.
Yeah, I'll try to pry the femur away from Chuckles or Cackles and give it back to Bill.
Perfect. Thank you. Cute, pet?
Oh, thank you. He's a very close friend of mine. I found him in a bush.
I see. He talks. I assume that I didn't take you for a caster.
Normally not. It's a family thing. It kind of he just shrugged. And then he kind of looks over to Cackles and he's like, I don't think he'll be talking tomorrow if I can help.
Oh, thank God. That's not rude for me to say, is it?
Oh, no. I learned my lesson.
He's very sweet, I'm certain, but, did you learn your crafting?
Boy, gosh, is he loud.
Boy, gosh, he sure is loud, and he is just a little guy. A family thing, is that also where you learned to do your crafting? Forgive me if I was being nosy, but you were seated right next to me, and you made those cards very quickly.
Yeah, I was honestly a bit surprised by that myself. Not the thing I'm normally very good at crafting. It's just become a bit of a hobby, but it seemed to work pretty well here. Maybe a little better than it did back home. I'm not really sure how that works.
I take it back home was not in the Wildlands.
No.
Fulma?
Yeah. Not a lot of magic going on back there.
No, certainly not. Not since the Thunder Wars, anyway, and even then it was expensive. So how do you like it? How do you like magic?
He does the like, thing with his hand.
That's about right.
It feels a bit like leveling the playing field, and I'm always trying to help out with that.
I see. Well, you seem to have made a good place for yourself.
Well, thank you. You think there's money in this? And he kind of holds out the cantrip packs.
Oh, certainly, if you want to. Frankly, I hadn't brought it up because and you can tell that when he paused, he kind of has been looking at your jacket. To be perfectly frank, I'm trying to get a read on what exactly it is that you're doing here. You must need something from us.
He'll shrug again and be like, yeah, good read. There's definitely some ulterior motives to helping out with this and getting paid handsomely. I'm trying to find somebody, or find my way back to them. Find a place that doesn't tend to show up on maps very often.
Oh, I see. Well, I wish I had known. I would have snatched you up for the Murmury group. There's plenty of time for that later, I suppose. Anything helps.
Ideally.
Well, Regret.
Certainly hoping to take advantage of any resource we help you get back online.
Of course. We'll be happy to help as much as you can help us. Where did you get that, quill? I have to ask, I'm sorry.
I'd imagine Kaz just like bought it in town.
Probably. Damn, I haven't been in quite a long time. I didn't realize how much better they'd gotten since I last updated mine. I'll have to get mine changed out.
Do you want this one?
No, No, that's yours. Of course not.
I mean, I could always buy another. It's not like I'm sentimental about it.
Maybe if you get an opportunity to go back into town again. I wouldn't want to trouble you for it, but...
Kaz will kind of look over again at the other town, whose name I definitely know.
Famador.
Yeah, is Famador still like on fire?
It may be, but it's so far away now at this point that it would be hard to tell.
He kind of glances over in that direction. It's like,
Yeah, when things settle down and I can do some shopping again, I'll pick you up some new crafting tools.
Wonderful. If you could just keep it, between me and you.
Of course.
Finn offered, but he doesn't need to know that I am relying on others.
No, it's not relying on others if it's just a gift between friends, right?
Sure, of course, yes. Friends. I'm very good at making friends.
With that winning smile, I'm sure you are.
He just deadpan stares at you for a moment. Skulls can't blink, but if they could, he would.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I have a lot of looking at this fire to do, and you should probably be asleep.
Oh, I probably.
All right, goodbye.
or that cast just leaves.
Yeah.
Come on, Cackle.
I'm
Hey,
a
Darwin.
boss. Yes.
What? We're going to bed already?
I made this pretty thing. You should give it to Finn. And he's got this vine. It's like twisted and tied. Here you go. It looks not useful.
Triple line twisted knot.
He'll know what to do. It's kind of cool. Anyways, good night.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure he'll like this a lot. Jesus Christ. He stares at it for a moment and kind of looks at it. And then eventually shuffles back into his den. What is this? It vines with a unique triple knot. Works like a finger trap if you do it right. Right, hold them tight. I know what to do tonight. Wonderful. Alright, excellent. Anybody have any other business that they do tonight?
I resume watch. Well, yeah, after like some rest, I take the first watch and the last watch.
Perfect. Excellent. Oh, also, before I forget real quick, Riku, give me a perception check, an insight check.
Uh-oh. On Darwin?
Yeah, as he handed him the gift.
How much judgment?
I can't roll higher than 5.
Noted. Yeah. You can see that, like, that seems to cheer him up quite a bit. He seems to be appreciative to have been brought back out of the last thing that was spoken to him is that these zombies were apparently very mad at landfall, and it kind of lights up his face a little bit when something changes the subject. And then he ducks back into the tent as you head back off.
Arts and crafts.
Arts and crafts. Boy likes thing. The rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully. You guys are able to wake up in the morning to the sound of everybody kind of getting ready and going about their business. And then they all kind of convene. And they'll just kind of come over to your tent because it's central. A whole bunch of these adventurers come around and begin to discuss where each group is going. And there is a point during that process where Darwin does mention, last night we did have a couple of zombies, by the look of it, that made their way over to the camp and attacked. This group was very valiant and successful in fending them off. They didn't need to alarm anyone. But be on lookout. The entire time that you're out, we don't know what else is hiding over here, and that is sort of the point. Again, when we first got here a couple of weeks ago, we swept for anything big, anything that could be a tremendous imminent threat or danger before we brought anyone else in. But littler things may well have escaped our grasp. Be on guard at all times. And everybody kind of nods and looks around. A bunch of them double-check to make sure that their armor is on tight and they've got their weapons at their side. With that said, if you've had time to think about it, I believe that your group will be picking first, and he looks over to you guys. Do you know where you'd like to go for today?
Graveyard.
Graveyard, easy, simple enough. It's down that way about 2.5 miles. You can't miss it. There's a big hill. Lots of headstones. And then he starts going to the other groups, and they begin to pick it up. You do see that Foster motions that he would like to go check out the garden, and Bill will be joining him over there as well, with a few other adventurers. And before long, everybody has kind of figured out their heading, and begins to break off. The tents stay up, but you guys take a moment to kind of secure them, put your things inside. Anything valuable, you stuff into your backpacks. Anything not valuable, like bedrolls and stuff, you stuff into the tents. Especially when gray skies start to roll over and you hear a distant crack of thunder, suggesting that there will probably be some rain while you guys are gone.
How many tents can I stuff in the bag of holding?
I believe bag of holding is 25 bulk, which is roughly as much as 4 strong men can carry. So you could probably roll up and fit like 3 or maybe 3 tents. If the bag was otherwise empty, that feels kind of right. Let me go look.
I could put 2 in there, I guess.
Yeah. Tent equipment. What is the bulk of a tent?
We'll find out.
Oh, that's not bad, actually. Apparently, these are... Boy, I'm calling bullshit, actually. I've been camping. There's no way a rolled-up tent is only 1 bulk. That's crazy. That's crazy. But the rules are the rules. I'll let you have it. You guys, each of your tents are 1 bulk once they're rolled up.
Okay, I put them away. We're like the circus, huh? We just take the tents, put them in a bag.
Apparently. That's crazy. I don't know if you guys have been camping. A tent is not 1 bulk. One
Yeah,
bulk
I've been
is
camping.
1 bulk is like a big weapon. That's like a halberd.
Yeah, I could imagine a tent being 1 bulk.
Wild.
The tents that I've been in, at least. They're just a bunch of rods and canvas.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's like modern polyester. Back in the day, that was like leather and canvas. That's like 3 or 4 bulk at least, surely. Anyway,
I roll it up.
meaningless nitpicking. They're 1 bulk each.
Canvas is heavy, but I think the bulk system is more based on like size more than weight.
That's true. It's like a little bit of both. It's unwieldiness, basically.
Yeah.
The roll is not bad.
And like, you can roll up a tent into something that's very manageable to carry. It's just like heavy.
True. Now I'm curious, what's a bedroll? A bedroll's light. Okay, maybe I'm just still underestimating the value of 1 bulk.
25 is a lot, apparently.
Yeah, 25 is a ton of bulk.
Like the big thing with the glaive is that it's just a long pole with a fucking blade on the end of it, so it's,
True.
It's a
Big
bit
old
of
boy.
building.
you can't like collapse it or anything.
All right. You pack up your stuff and begin to head off. There is a little bit of a short journey. I do need 1 survival check from whoever wants to make it. It's not terribly hard. You do find that it basically is down this path that you guys found, which is grown over, but still, detectable as an old road.
I'm untrained with a 0. It shouldn't be me.
I don't know if any of you guys are actually trained in survival.
I am.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
That makes
I
a
lived
lot of
in the
sense,
woods.
actually. Yeah. Killing it. Easy. Literally as easy as following a road. Before long, you see that the road branches off. There's an old, worn-down sign that points to the Temple of Pokakalua and the Necrothecary. And just a short way down that road, you eventually find a wrought iron gate surrounding a cemetery that has been overgrown for the better part of 8 or 9 years by jungle. You find yourselves here.
I'm on a mission.
You can see that just beyond the gate, there's a little bit of a hill that the road goes up. And although it is currently blacked out on the map, there is the tip of a church that is visible up on top of that hill.
Oh boy. It's raining. Tracks are gonna be easy because it's muddy.
Yep.
Or they'll be like washed off.
It'll be easy to see recent tracks and probably hard to see old tracks because they'll be rinsed away.
Right. If last night was an indication, there should be some tracks around still.
Absolutely. Give me perception or survival.
Right.
And actually, Tex, having already rolled a 25 survival, as you get closer, you can see that there are greave-booted footprints that match Amelia's that seem to have gone through this gate at some time in the past 12 hours or so.
Yeah, I'll put that out. I'll walk kind of up next to Ruko, rub up against his leg. Kid, there's no one here to protect you this time, so stay close.
Fine. He stays close.
Now get the door.
Wow.
Tex, for the record, could absolutely just slip through these bars.
Okay.
Although he does have
I'll
a cute little backpack.
I'll slip through the door, through the cracks. Then
Okay.
The gate is not locked. It swings right open, and you guys find yourselves inside of the graveyard.
And Narafi draws his weapons and the flask.
You can see almost immediately as you walk in through the gate, the grave just to your left. You see that there is a headstone, and then you see that it has been exhumed. Somebody has dug up and opened the coffin, which is currently empty. Looking down a little bit farther, you can see that there is another one that has been exhumed, maybe 40 or 50 feet down.
and they were dug up, not dug out of.
It seems to be the case. The hole is very wide, and you can see that there's like a mound of dirt off to the side. It appears to be that way, yeah.
Okay.
These looters, they were grave robbing.
Are there corpses still inside?
The two that you can see here do not have corpses, just open coffins.
They were grave robbers, and they had some use for the bodies too.
Bad luck.
Given the state of that girl, I imagine that's whoever did that to them is probably also responsible for this.
Alright. Keep both eyes open.
How many graves are around here? Can we tell how many bodies have been dug up?
Yeah, down
Get an
here-
estimate?
Down here, it's like maybe 90 or so graves. And you can see that probably 7 or 8 down here have been dug up. But Narafi from the base of this hill can see that there are more graves up at the top of the hill as well. And then, you probably can't tell from the bottom of this hill, you'll see as soon as you get up there that they have also been dug up.
Are all the ones you've seen empty?
All of the ones that have been dug up are empty.
So there are some that aren't dug up.
Yeah, only about like 10 or 15% of the graves have been dug up, but all the ones that are dug up have been fully emptied. No corpse, nothing in the coffin.
Can we tell if these are recent deaths or later deaths?
Yeah, the headstones have dates on them. And the dates down here appear to be a little bit older. Most of them are people who died about 11 to 22 years ago.
Any correlation with the ones that haven't been dug up?
No, it appears to be interspersed. Give me, I guess, a perception check to try to, see if you can suss out weird investigation details.
Sure.
Based on, I assume all these have names too.
Yeah.
Can we tell if there was are they prioritizing
Not sure.
male corpses or female corpses, age?
I don't think I know.
Oh, if we find one that looks interesting, Ruko's thinking about this.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, you start going through names and dates and everything, and just kind of a smattering. Let's see, a 9. There aren't any super obvious trends. It's not like they're picking specific genders or names or dates or anything like that. It really just appears to be kind of a bit of a random mix. Oh, that formatting was bad. Hang on a second. I will post some names.
Come back, Kaz.
Yeah, I feel like every time Ruko touches another headstone, it all begins with the funeral, and he's just crying.
Oh,
Yep. No leads. No leads.
Yeah, Ruko just kind of starts drifting along, brushing his fingers along each of these headstones. Importantly, are you doing... Well, we'll start with the headstones first. As you brush fingers, the first thing that you see is the corpse of a human man, Timothy, who is surrounded by friends and loved ones. And... if you're looking for a psychometric assessment, you spend a minute concentrating on it to get a vision of the face of the person who imbued the item with such emotion in the first place. Yeah, if you take some time, at least with 1 or 2 of these, and study it closely, you get lots of faces. The headstone has emotional significance to a large group of people. You see what at first appeared to very obviously be Timothy's family. You see a wife left behind, a son. But you also see brief, fleeting images of a eulogy being spoken, not only by his family, but by Darbin, and by someone older that looks a lot like Darbin. Almost certainly either a much older brother or an uncle or a father or something like that. Another Leonin man with kind of the same dark red hair. And as you brush past that and go to the next headstone, it's kind of the same deal. It's a woman this time, darker skin, not as much family this time, but again, Darbin and the other Leonin man reading a eulogy and putting the body to rest. And you go down the line and down the line, and as the dates get more recent, there is a point when you get to Patrick, where you see Patrick, and you see Patrick's family, and you see Darbin, and you only see Darbin. And he is visibly having a much harder time with this one.
Oh, Patrick.
What are the X's?
Those are ones that have been dug up.
Okay.
It was Patrick that it was sad.
Yeah, and the impression you get is it's not that Darbin cared more about Patrick. It's that Darbin was alone for this one, and it was the first one that he was alone for.
Okay.
Presumably the second one he was on.
Do I see the girl that we saw earlier?
True, good insight text, but he hasn't seen that one yet. No, none of the faces that you've seen so far are hers. It is a minute per headstone, and there are about 90 down here. There is nothing stopping you from taking an hour and a half to read all of them if you would like to. But that's kind of up to you.
For the most promising one. Ruko's.
You do at least
It's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Are you all right? You've been crying nonstop.
Yes.
He does that.
Okay. Would you like some water? Would you like some wine?
I got rain in my eyes. Water sounds good.
Gives you some water.
Takes a little sip and give it back. Okay. Don't see any promising leads, so.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah. Sorta. Darbin was here for a lot of them. And somebody looked like he was related, perhaps. He was with him for most. And he wasn't. I think it might be personal, I'm not sure.
You can ask him when we meet him again.
Kind of creepy to know about that, though, isn't it?
Well, you're the one who spent 90 minutes touching gravestones.
Oh, there you go.
You tell me.
The only way I'm gonna get had.
Wow.
Just kidding. He's fatally trying to inject humor so that he can stop feeling sad.
When we get somewhere that's not on fire, we'll find you some head.
It sounds gross when you say it like that.
There are a few specials like that if standards are low.
No. It was a joke. Okay.
He slaps you very hard in the back.
Ow.
There you go, perk up.
Hurts more when I'm wet.
That's what she said.
Oh! How do you know those jokes? Okay.
I was in the military.
I've learned too much today. It's, yeah. That's
Alright, as you start to make your way up to the top of the hill, you see that there are more graves. Up ahead on the right are more what appear to be newer but still kind of common headstone. The impression that you get is that they ran out of space down there and started putting people up here. And you can see that the dates coincide. It's for people that were mostly buried between 12 and about 8 years ago is where the last most recent dates cut off. You can also see that up ahead to the left are nicer, bigger graves that have full statuettes over them. Many of those have been dug up as well, and also a higher proportion of those have been dug up. About half of those have been dug up compared to the 10 or 15% of the smaller graves. And then as you look to your full left, you can see a large temple. There are a couple of windows that look in. You can see through those glass windows what appears to be the inside of a church or a mortuary of some sort. It looks like a funeral home that doubles as a temple for Pokakalua. And each of you, real quick, just give me a religion check.
Okay. Pokakalua.
Does Ruko recognize it from his visions?
He has. Finally, something.
Very nice.
That's really good. Kaz might not know this one. I think everyone else, including Tex, is at least basically aware that Pokakalua is the god of death. They are all about kind of guiding the souls of the dead over towards Styx and towards the afterlife, where Styx figures out where they go next. He is very concerned with the interment of bodies, making sure that they are properly stored and don't become undead. He has a tremendous amount of wrath for people who disturb corpses or for people who create undead. It is a very, very anti-undead god, such that most of his temples are used to store people that are paranoid about being turned undead. He's also the one that imparted most of the wisdom about proper interment of bodies to mankind thousands and thousands of years ago. Pokakalua. This is dipping into territory that Narafi and Ruko would be more intimately familiar with. He was the one who explained that when you mess with a dead person's corpse, it sometimes disturbs their spirit in the afterlife. It sometimes pulls them all the way back to the material plane, like they're in a bad dream. And they literally, for what can take hundreds of years in the material plane, go into a catatonic state in the afterlife. And they are typically very confused by this process. They're very eager to get back to their resting place. And he was the one who sort of explained, like, you either gotta keep these bodies safe or you gotta burn them, but that comes with its own set of problems. He has written the book, quite literally, the holy book, on how to deal with corpses and dead bodies so that they don't cause problems in the afterlife.
Well, that's troublesome because the corpses here have been dug up and probably taken out of this.
Does this lone grave look strange?
Strange in the sense that it is completely alone. There's no other graves next to it. From here, you're the first to see that the name inscribed on it is Palela Tempo.
Does that sound like a woman's name or man's name?
It does. It sounds like a woman's name.
Sorry, what? Khalid.
Palela Tempo over here.
Also, with the existing survival and perception checks that have happened, this place is crawling with footprints. Even though it has rained and it's been a day or two, you can see that there are now just the muddy results of what were fresh footprints from probably as recent as 2 days old. There has been lots of activity, and the footprints are dragged. They're slow. The ankles are turned outwards. There's undead activity here recently.
But where did they go?
Let me go double check the survival checks.
To the necrothecary, maybe?
Tex,
All right.
Yeah, Tex can see that most of them continue down the street to the necrothecary. It's not visible on this map, but it is visible to you guys because it's only about a quarter of a mile away. This continues winding up a little hill towards another much larger stone building that has a bunch of little houses surrounding it. It's like a little hamlet that's been set up around a larger temple, presumably the necrothecary.
Shall we check this chapel before we go to the necrothecary?
Sure.
Breaching, and he kicks the door open.
So the doors are on the side, or you can just breach through one of these front windows if you want.
Yeah. He's like, no, this is Pokakalua. I'm gonna try not to fuck with this.
As you guys come around, you do also see the grave under the tree.
Do you want to check that one out,
Is this the
Ruko?
one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the one tempo?
This is Palela Tempo, yep. As you come over, before you even start to do your psychometric resonance, the first thing that you notice is that the coffin is quite small.
Oh no.
It's also been
exhumed and opened.
Dug up.
And
Yeah.
also, before you do any sort of resonance, you find that there is something in this one. There is a tiny leather pouch about the size of like a small book.
Okay.
That might get drenched.
Already opened, right? Is it drenched already?
It looks like somebody opened it and then set it back down. Yeah, you can see that the mouth of it has a drawstring, which is currently open.
Let me see if it's magic first before I touch.
No magic on anything around here.
Oh boy. I'm gonna sit down and try to think. Okay, where's it?
You take a moment and you reach out your hand and you focus on the psychometric resonance. And like before, you get many, many, many faces. They rush to you by the dozen. By the time that you get through all these faces, you see a proceeding that must have been at least 70 or 80 people that gathered to watch this. And the last two that it settles on are Finn and Darvin, as they have held in their hands between them this leather bag. And they lower it down into the grave, and they each drop a pile of dirt onto it. And then they essentially break down.
Oh no. I gather this was the girl, right?
In the vision that you saw at the cliff, that girl was a teenager. She was a young teen, probably 12 or 13. This bag is not that large.
Huh.
Bag or coffin?
Bag inside of the coffin. Coffin is small, bag is like the size of a book.
Yeah, I doubt they put her inside the bag.
She was the bag. It was just skin like Jane.
Oh. That explains so much.
I don't see anything of the actual inhabitant. Of
Let
this
me
coffin.
read through psychometric assessment real quick. Give me an occultism check.
Okay. Finally, better rolls.
Most of what has come to you has come in the form of still visions, as is normal for psychometric assessment. But as you focus on the tail end of it, you hear Darvin look over to Finn and say, "We can try again." And you watch as Finn reaches into a pouch and grabs a handful of vials that each contain a shimmering silver liquid. And he looks at them, and then he smashes them down into the coffin as well, and walks away.
Yikes. Oh boy, okay. That is heavy.
What's going on, kid?
Back up. Darvin and Finn, they're troubled. Yeah. Maybe you can talk about it later. Fresh in my mind.
Would you like another slap?
He smiles at you sweetly. No. And then stays up.
Good boy.
Okay.
Don't forget those faces.
Be hard to.
Easier than you might think.
Narafi, as you step foot in here, the wood creaks. You can tell that this place has not weathered well. And you can also see that there are muddy footprints, older, not recent, but it is well trafficked. This rug, once nice, has been ruined by things shambling across it with dirty feet in and out and up and down the alley. To the pulpit, you can see that there are a couple of statues beside it of cloaked, hooded figures, avatars of Coca-Cola. Very classic death, sort of a faceless death. You can see that there is an area between those statues at the back of the room where presumably caskets would be brought in to do memorial rites before they were buried. You can see that there is a little catwalk that spans across and leads up to a little tower where there is a bell that would presumably be rung that sits directly above the altar. To the right, you can see the winding stairs that lead up to that catwalk. To the left, you can see a door that leads out to the back, presumably. And on either wing, you can see that there are doors leading into the side rooms, which Kaz has been able to see through a window. One of them seems to go to sort of just a rest and eating area.
Did you see anything, Kaz? The floors are creaky. Would hear if anyone was around.
Sarah's in the kitchen. Can I make like a perception check?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Oh,
Hell yeah.
son of a bitch with all your nat 20s tonight.
I've only heard the fart once.
I keep forgetting that you guys have custom sounds on yours that I can't have on stream.
I only hear Kaz. Kaz has a fart. I don't know if anyone else is.
Fucking wild.
It's the reverb fart too.
The reverb
it's
fart.
deep.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Kaz, as you're looking in, you see what appears to be just kind of a dining, almost like a break room. It doesn't look fancy. It looks like a place where people come to sit down for a moment when they just need to sit down. There's a couple of cupboards that presumably have food in them, although you can practically smell from here that there's rot coming from those. You can see that there's old wine in bottles and crystal glasses on a rack. As you're looking, though, you suddenly see a face in the reflection beside your own of what appears to be a woman, an orc woman, with bags under her eyes. Her fangs, one of them is chipped, and she lunges forward and shrieks. And when you turn, there's nothing there. And when you look back at the window, the reflection is gone. He's dead.
No, sorry, I'm back at my desk now. That just had a very time-sensitive egg in a pan.
Understandable.
Kaz will kind of shake it off and look over at everybody and be like, be careful in here. I think we may have some company. I saw a face in the reflection. Now it's not there or in there, and you know.
You sure it wasn't yours? That's what reflections do.
Well, it was a reflection of not my face. Very specifically, not my face.
Narafi, as that conversation is going on, I need you to give me a will save, please.
I had to refresh. I'm trying.
Oh, sure thing.
Yeah, it's still loading. You can click
Yeah,
it
I'll
if
grab
you
it.
wish.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Doors are so loud. I'm so sorry.
I have that
Narafi,
sound all turned on.
as you step up to the altar, Narafi, you feel a thrum coming from all around you, seemingly rising up from the earth itself. And this thrum kind of sits a little longer than you feel it should at the back of your spine between your shoulder blades and starts to creep up towards your neck, towards the base of your skull. And you fight and you fight and you eventually shake it. You step back trying to figure out what's going on. And it dawns on you that this sensation is a little familiar to you. Familiar from about a month ago.
His claws reach even here.
Desolate King. I'm in.
Welcome back.
Who's the Desolate King?
Centuries ago, there was a necromancer, the likes of which never existed before. He led an army that raised Unma and beyond. He's been gone for centuries. But a few weeks ago, a month, we found his symbol on an obelisk. And it was raising the dead again.
Do you think there's another obelisk around?
There might be. We have to find it and break it. And he switches from his Kopesh to the sledgehammer.
Understood.
But we must hurry.
Let's go, kid.
Okay.
As you open up this door, you find what appears to be a prayer room. There are a couple of shelves.
Well, I don't see anything at first because I have to jump onto it and hang from the door, and the door swings open, and then I drop and look around.
You see what appears
After
to
the
be
door
a prayer
opens, Narafi says breaching.
Wait, you're supposed to say it before.
Breach, breach, breach.
Breach!
Breach!
You can
I
see
was
that
waiting.
there is a small little shrine where people have essentially just left donations of copper and silver and even a couple of gold pieces. There is also a wall that is... It's got two big boards that are kind of hanging from pegs, essentially like post boards or note boards. And all over those are handwritten notes on slips of paper that at first glance look like prayers or messages or wishes or handwritten things that have been placed there with lots of different people's handwriting on them. You do see at the back of the room there's also a curtain that can be drawn, presumably revealing a little bit more to this room, but those curtains are currently closed.
I should probably check what's behind there.
Yeah,
it's
you
hidden.
guys should take a look.
Cackles comes running up,
Yeah?
stands up
Cackle
on.
stock?
No, he kind of he runs up going. He stands up on his hind legs, and just very casually takes a hold of this doorknob and opens it, and then kind of gestures through it.
The curtains?
Yeah, he'll do that.
Alright.
I gave
While
him.
they're doing that, I start scooping the gold into my bag.
Cool. Depending on how much you would like to take there, let's see. Let's go. Let's just do that.
Starts kicking it like it's sand. Metal dexterity. And two limbs as if they were hands.
There's that much gold in there if you want to take all of it.
Yeah.
There's not an easy way to do that without being seen. Ruko and Ravi, you do see this happening.
I'll take the gold at least.
I'm looking.
Noted, okay.
Whose goal is this?
Mine now. You need
See?
some? Want me to buy you something pretty?
Yeah, actually. Someone's gonna be holding it.
I'm not the one getting cursed by Pokololu. It's fine.
Same. I'm not touching it.
Every time.
Oh,
If I get cursed for taking gold again,
I wasn't going to say anything.
it just means you never learn your lesson, right?
this temple hasn't been in use for decades.
Right.
I think it's the same excuse I used previously.
I will point out that one other person also stole gold from a temple, and it was Flick, and he also got cursed for it. There's so much precedent.
That's okay. Branch hasn't paid for his sins at all.
That's true. As far as
So
you
you
guys
should be
know.
fine. Well, a church did burn. As a result.
Wild.
The wrong church, though.
It's true, that was the wrong church.
Yeah. Anyway, does Cackles open this?
So yeah, it sounds like Cackles is going to open the curtain.
Yeah.
Alright, when Cackles opens the curtain, a ghastly figure of a disfigured man with broken fingers and teeth and a jaw that have been like pushed down and out in a horrible angle. His left eye is just swollen over. Suddenly manifests, leaps out, and screams. I need all of you to give me will saving throws.
Oh, a restless spirit.
Tex, fine. Well, can't use reactions for a minute. Kaz,
Well.
slowed, terrified. Narafi, slowed and terrified.
Oh no, slowed and terrified.
Can I use a hero point?
If you want.
Yeah, sure. And also, did anybody else get any new ones since last time?
Not since last time. Ruko, totally fine. In fact, Ruko,
Who got them last time?
everybody. So everybody should have had 2 total
Oh.
for this session.
Oh, sweet.
Yep.
Oh, I should probably use mine then.
Fair.
Let's go.
This is actually very appropriate that Ruko does well on this one. The only crit success.
21 okay?
21 is a save. On a save, you just lose your ability to use a reaction for a turn.
Yeah, 21.
Which means I think everybody now has saved except Ruko, who critically succeeds.
Blow 1 then?
What was that? Oh, yeah, slow. Oh, no, he's, if you succeed, it's just you can't use your reaction for a round.
Oh, okay, reaction.
Ruko, as you see them reaching towards the curtain, a little too late to actually interpose, your mind flicks back to old lesson with Asha back in the swamp. And she has taught you many things alongside many other people, but one of the first things that they teach is how to recognize the presence of a spirit. And that depends a lot on the type of spirit that you're interacting with. Some are much harder to recognize than others. The spirits of the restless dead are among the easiest to recognize. They bring with them a cold chill, a shiver down your spine. They make your hair stand on end. And you can feel, as Cackles and Narafi head towards this curtain, this chill, this cold in your breath that comes out and makes it foggy. And you almost know that it's about to happen before it actually happened. So when the curtain finally swings wide and this ghostly figure emerges and screams, you're ready for it. You feel almost like this is what you're made to deal with. And you're a bit relieved when it immediately vanishes afterward. But where everybody else is a bit startled by this, you're unfazed. You knew this was coming. And the rest of you see that this figure leaps out, this ghost, screams, and then vanishes into mist, which kind of falls gently to the floor. Crit success was 27.
Ooh, I crit success
Oh, nice.
as well.
Hell yeah. That is also pretty appropriate that you would do that.
I
yeah.
fear nothing.
You fear nothing.
You don't give a shit.
I'm just like, oh, a ghost, and I continue to shovel kill.
I don't think he even notices it.
Oh, it'd be hard to not notice. It's a loud scream. However, once the ghost finishes screaming and disappears, it does reveal just a small prayer chamber in front of a larger statue of Pokakulu. This large, faceless, cloaked figure, kneeling down as if kneeling, face to face with whoever is praying. With their hands outstretched, these skeletal hands.
Is this a haunt?
It certainly seems like this place is a haunt, yeah.
Right, because esoteric lore specializes
Ooh.
in like haunts and curses. and creatures.
Excellent.
I'll-
If you, go and give me an esoteric lore check to try to get a better read on what exactly is happening here. Ruko, if you'd like to do that as well, you certainly can. Jesus Christ, Narafi.
I wish to exercise it.
Yours would be occultism.
Can I use my... Wait.
Occultism or your bardic, but I think your occultism is better. That is also quite good. Ruko, you have studied exactly this. This was what, for a long time, everybody assumed that you would be doing with your entire life. This is a very classic undead spiritual hunt. The souls and spirits of people who have died are pulled here because something is keeping them bound here. With a 24, and with the context that you have from outside, you're also able to kind of deduce that these spirits are probably here because their bodies were disturbed. That seems extremely reasonable. And you would know that in order to exorcise them, you're probably ultimately going to need to find their bodies and put them back to rest, which might be as simple as just destroying the corpses. That would certainly work. But if you wanted to do it the right way, the proper way, the way that Pokakalua approves of, and the way that won't interfere with them at all in the afterlife, then you need to subdue their corpses somehow, bring them back here, and perform some sort of an exorcism ritual, which is a lot easier if you have items that are of emotional significance to those people. Narafi, you know all of the above, plus you are able to determine that these ghosts are still tethered to this building, and that is not normal. Typically, they would go along their corpse somewhere, or they would find the person responsible for digging them up. The fact that they are still tethered to this place makes you think that there is something here that is also part of the problem, somewhere else in the building.
There might still be the obelisk. There might be one here, or something similar. We must hurry.
Perhaps. Well, at some point I do want to go back out to that grave and grab a little bag.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want to run out and grab that real quick?
Doesn't... Yeah.
Oh, the bag was still in there?
The bag was still in there, yes.
I would have grabbed it. Yeah, like, I feel like I needed... Yeah.
For sure. For what it's worth, it's an awkward process to reach down 6 feet and grab a thing. You probably do actually have to climb all the way in, which is weird. But you're
Want me
able
to pull you back out?
Help!
Here we go.
It's wet!
It is wet, that's true. It's actually, for the record, it would probably be hard to get out of a 6-foot hole in the rain. That's not easy. But you have friends to help you. When you get down there...
down with the sledgehammer.
And grab the bag. You find that the bag was open, but it still contains something. From just picking it up and presumably kind of tightening the drawstring again, it feels like a small pile of bones. A very small pile of bones.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay, I don't want to open it. I feel like I know what's going on here.
Understood.
Oh.
Who here has good smell? It's Kaz
No.
And Tex.
and Tex.
He's stinky.
Just text it.
Just Tex.
Yeah, I don't have like an imprecise scent or anything like
Gotcha.
that.
I do.
All of you can smell the scent of undeath and corpses here. This place has been crawling with zombies for a long time. Tex, when Ruko brings the bag back, you can smell the smell of decay on the bag as well.
What do these prayers say up this wall?
As you look at the prayers a little more closely, it seems to be less prayers to a god and more prayers to the people that are missing. It's a child writing, "Hi Grandma, I miss you, I love you." It's a wife writing a message to her lover, saying that she can't wait to be with him, but will be patient until then. It's messages to heaven, essentially.
And they're on, like, pegboards, or are they actually, like, standing boards?
It is a standing wooden board that has little, like, slots, almost like envelope slots, that people can put them in. Yeah.
I'm gonna knock them over.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
All right, go for it. Yeah. They're a little heavy, but you're athletic, and given enough time, you can just knock them over.
I do the cat thing where I just jump on top of them and drag them down.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, they come clattering down. They're big, heavy, like oak boards. They land with a crash. Papers kind of spill out and crawl across the floor. You guys all hear a thunk as Tex knocks them down onto the ground.
What was that?
What is it?
Boards fell.
Uh-huh.
Tex?
What?
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 God damn it.
I can't believe Kaz just let the boards fall like that.
What?
Yeah, you should have been paying attention. Yeah. Anyways, should we check upstairs, downstairs?
Let's try downstairs.
Yeah, it's always in the basement, isn't it?
Usually.
So that stair goes up to the catwalk that goes up to the bell tower. And I say tower as if there's more. It's literally just, it goes over to here where there's a bell suspended over the stage. But you do see there is a trap door that presumably leads down to a basement or a crawl space.
Right.
Who
Head to
is going
the basement.
first?
But also, we're nearing time.
We are nearing time. I'll get us there soon.
I will go
Must have.
first because I am the bravest of everyone.
You are the bravest. All right, excellent. Tex, as you open the trapdoor, you see that there is a little ladder that leads down into what appears to be a meager basement. Let me pull you all over. She should be able to click that stair thing.
Stair thing.
Once you click, you might have to use arrow keys to get yourself off of it. It's a bit finicky, yeah.
Yeah.
You smell just a musty smell of like a cellar or a basement. You find around the corner that there are shelves which have wine on them, as well as a lot of spices, a lot of embalming fluids, a lot of things that you would need at a mortuary.
Can I use my imprecise scent to see if there's anything else that I smell down here?
Absolutely. Give me a perception check. It's real hard to smell anything over the spices. The myrrh is like so incredibly strong, it's
The
almost
myrrh?
overwhelming. Yeah, like MY8 or MYRRH. MYRHH? One of those two. I think it's two
Gonna
R's.
peek around the corner.
I just like paw at my nose a little bit.
Yeah. As you peek around the corner, you see that it continues a little way. You can see that there appears to be more storage farther back. And I need another will save from everyone, please.
Oh no.
$26.
9. I think since we're nearing the end, I'll use my last hero point.
Seems wise.
Here's the one.
It's time.
Become a 1. 18.
Okay. Narafi, you feel another thum as energy kind of pulses out through you closer from your side now. From the northwest, essentially. The rest of you kind of hear a thum, 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 that just kind of echoes through here. It's very clear to you that you're not alone down here.
Narafi shivers, and you can hear a gritting of teeth underneath his mask. And then he moves faster.
As you come around the corner, right about there, you see just the faintest glimmer of pale green light that is radiating out from around the corner. And as you start to run towards it, you hear shrieking and moaning as 4 spirits emerge from the wall, look at you, and begin to shriek and raise their claws up towards you. And that is where your group will pick up in 2 weeks.
Woo!
Wow.
Cliffhanger.
Oh boy.
sad.
I know, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
They tried, and they did not succeed.
They tried.
There was a teenage girl, and then they were sad about her, and now I'm sad too. I don't know what's going on.
Do we level up?
You guys don't level up. I'm so sorry.
How
I
now I'm
should
even
level
more
up. I
sad.
ate a totem.
You do still have your +1 to basically. Oh yeah, that's where your save came from earlier. I was like, where did he get that
Yeah.
bonus? I forgot. I'll try to get you an actual like codified bonus for the next time too.
Okay, cool.
Let me actually
I gave-
make a note so I remember.
I gave Darwin a horny knot, and he didn't know what it was, so he thought it was so cute and wholesome.
You said to
Now
give
I
it
know
to Finn.
why.
Finn will know what
Finn
it
will
is.
know what it is. For the record,
Okay.
I out of character am not quite sure what that was supposed to be.
Cool.
You'll explain
Ruko
that
thinks
one
it's
to
a
me.
horny knot.
Well, it was an interesting knot. You can do things with ropes,
Things with
and you
ropes.
learn a lot. Yeah, like traps in the bogs to catch frogs without hurting them.
I like that rhymed, and I'm trying to figure out how a trap from the bog to catch frogs can be turned into a horny rope. That's weird.
It's a horny knot. It catches horny toads.
I see.
I don't like that guy is one of the people that has one of my totems. I was not expecting that.
Mm-hmm. What could it be? What could it mean?
I
How
don't
did he get it?
Yeah. How did he get it? Why does he have it? What does he need it for? Why won't he give it back and be a bro?
Maybe he'll be a bro.
He will not.
You sound
Would you
so
like him to be a bro?
I would love him to be a bro. Just give it to me. Because killing him is going to be a task. So I'll just grind your asses
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We stopped every ocean till they ate up our shores. This word of Eden where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. This word of Eden where heaven's up hell. This word of Eden where the dust meets the dirt. We murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, this word of Eden where men become gods. This word of Eden where men